Hello!
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh.
It's time.
For UFOs.
And
aliens.
aliens.
And declassified documents.
Got a lot to talk about today. I got a lot to talk about. Currently,
Cheryl's like,
currently I have let's see. I have 8 pages so far. Stuff to dive into.
Ooh.
Do you have any pronunciation things that you're gonna need me for? Because I opened your doc just in case, but if you don't, I'll close it.
It's like places.
Okay, I'll leave it open just in case. I'll just put it over here though. There we go.
Yeah, it's probably just places, I'd say.
Awesome. Did you watch any alien movies in preparation for this episode?
Not movies, no.
Neither did I. I watched
I guess I haven't really watched any alien movies, really.
Yeah, the only one I can think of is it's a book series that they made into a movie called The Host. And it has Saoirse Ronan, or however you say her name. She's Scottish or Irish or Welsh or one of those. And I can't really think of any others because I've never seen the Alien movies. Have you?
Mm.
Neither have I. Okay. I know they're supposed to be scary, but I don't really know.
I'm gonna be real with you. I've never even watched E.T.
Really? I've definitely watched E.T. before when I was a kid, but not recently.
No, I haven't even watched E.T.
Interesting. It's pretty good. It's cute.
It looks cute.
Yeah, no, I think you'd love E.T. actually. I'm trying to think what else. What other alien? I mean, I watched one that was about linguistics. It was it was a fictional movie, but it was about a linguist who translated the alien language for them. It was a whole thing. And
now I'm trying to think if I've watched alien anime.
Oh, I haven't for sure. Oh wait,
I don't know.
I watched well, no, those aren't aliens. Never mind.
I mean,
they look like aliens, but they're not aliens.
I feel like a lot of animes have their own.
I feel like the aliens of anime are demons.
Yeah. Or there's World Trigger, but would those be alien? I don't even know.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I haven't actually. I love sci-fi books, but I don't think I've watched a lot of sci-fi movies. The only other thing that I watch is Doctor Who. That's aliens. That's a whole bunch of different types of aliens. You would love Doctor Who. I don't know if you've ever watched it, but you would love it.
I haven't.
It's fun. It's very cool, very fun.
Apparently there's Dragon Ball. I forgot they're aliens.
Oh yeah, they are aliens. I forgot too. Okay, well I watched that.
I was like, there's a ton. I mean, I guess Star Wars has aliens in it if you want to go down that route. There's literally a thing called Tokyo Aliens.
Yeah, I can't think of much other than books and Doctor Who that I've watched recently. Oh, you know what I am watching?
I mean, if you want
to... I started the Nancy Drew show that you told me about so long ago. Years ago, at this point. I'm finally watching it.
I love that.
It's very different. It's very different. Like George is not the same. I'm like, what is wrong with this person?
I don't think I watched past season 1.
Yeah.
But
it is also weird just because like the dad and like everything is a little weird. And I'm on like episode 4 and I'm already like, but I'm gonna push through. I think I'm gonna watch it all and just see what happens, but we'll see.
Like some of the things, like some of the storylines that they were getting into were interesting, but I didn't know how I felt of it being like a Nancy Drew.
Yeah, like even like the first one, like Nancy doesn't believe in ghosts.
I know. I know.
Nancy is like well known for not believing in ghosts. There's always a logical answer.
Yeah.
But they like fully go into like ghosts.
Go into the whole ghost thing. I know, that's why I don't know. I do think what they were getting into, or like I said, was interesting, but with it being Nancy Drew, like the name, I don't. But
my YouTube studio closed.
On that note, I just started Matlock, the new one, which I know you've watched.
It's so good.
Holy fuck, it's so good.
It's so freaking good. She is so good at being Matlock.
She is. Yes.
And like the twist, it's like, what the fuck?
Because like when I originally, obviously, I feel like most of us, when we hear something we've
like a remake,
either grown up on or watched in the past, there's room for doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Charmed was really bad.
Yeah. That was like unfixably bad. Like I couldn't even get past like the first episode. I was just like, what is this?
Yeah.
It's just not the same. And it's not supposed to be the same, but it's supposed to give you the same like feelings or like, I don't know.
Dude, it didn't even, the old one I feel like did a better job at least being like, it's not supposed to be like horror, but like kind of scary, you know?
Yeah.
And the old one did a much better job of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like because obviously like we've talked about Matlock. Like we did talk about it on a podcast episode before. I remember that. And I hadn't watched it at that point. So I was like skeptical, but holy shit, is it fucking good.
It's so good. Yeah, no, the whole story is great. The grandson, love her husband.
Oh,
like,
my God. Yes.
The whole family is so good. Yeah, no, I can't wait for the next season.
I got like, I looked into. Oh shit, sorry, my bad. I looked into if there was a season 2 or going to be a season 2 because I was like, I don't want to finish this like season 1 if like I'm just going to be disappointed because there's not. And like I saw a lot of articles that were like, is there going to be a season 2? And then there is going to be a season 2. I was like, holy shit, I thought it got canceled.
I would have been so mad.
Yeah, like that huge plot twist? Yeah. Nah, that's gotta be answered, bro.
I need answers. But yeah, no, I loved Matlock. Not loving Nancy Drew. But, there's hits and misses. I do like, I like the episode titles. They're all like either book titles or they're like book titles. And I like that some of the elements are still there. It's just, it's just missing a lot for me.
So in order of good remakes versus bad remakes, you have Charmed at the very bottom.
Yeah.
I feel like Nancy Drew
right in the middle.
Is like, and then like Matlock is so
high.
Good.
Yeah, no. That's perfect. Perfect sorting right there. We've covered it all with those 3.
I love that. I love that. Just now, we did it all.
Yeah. But that's not what today's episode's about. We're talking talking about aliens. No. As you
Sailor
can tell.
Moon! Oh my god!
Yeah.
There's aliens in Sailor Moon! And Lilo and Stitch?
Oh, fucking Lilo and Stitch. Yeah. But that's like so long
I'm
ago.
I'm excited for that live action, by the way. It looks really good.
They're not gonna have the main villain, like the captain, like the alien captain that like is after them. And Pleakley is disguised as a human. He's not a like alien dressed up with like a wig and lipstick and a dress. Like he's just a human. I don't know.
Why they didn't go with the dress route?
I'm trying not to hold judgment, but some of the changes that they're making are just like not it. I do think that Stitch is very well made. He's cute as a CGI guy.
I think they did phenomenal.
And
with
Lilo casting was perfect.
Yeah.
He's so cute.
I'm excited because there's not that many good Disney live actions, and I think this one's gonna be one of the better ones. You know what I mean?
We'll hope. We'll hope and pray that it is.
I know. I think anything's gonna be better than Snow White. Or Mulan.
Yeah. Cinderella was good, but I don't think Disney made that one. I don't know.
The Cinderella, I thought they did.
Did they? The one with the girl from
with all the butterflies and stuff?
Yeah.
I thought it was
I don't know. That was like one of the first ones. Yeah, it was an Amazon Prime adaptation.
Disney Plus.
Oh no, that one was Disney.
One?
It was Disney. There was another live action that was Amazon Prime. I think. Yeah. It was Disney. So it was one of their first live action ones. I thought they did pretty well on that one. I liked that one. I liked Beauty and the Beast. I loved
I liked Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. Like they did well in the past and then something happened and it switched. Oh yeah, the 2021 one on Amazon Prime. That's the one with Camila Cabello. That one's not good.
Not watch that.
That one's not good. I've watched it. It's not
watch that.
Good. It's not good.
Did you ever watch Ella Enchanted? Yes! I love that one.
Yes, I love Ella Enchanted. Oh my God. Did you ever read the book?
No.
It's good. It's good.
Or what about A Cinderella Story with Hilary Duff?
Oh yeah, classic.
Love that one. I also like the Selena Gomez one.
So do I. What about the one with
Cinderella just rules as a live action?
Maybe. There's one with what's her name? Brandy. I liked the one with Brandy.
I can't think of that.
Here, I'll show you the picture. You might it's older. It's from 1997, so when we were like I was just born, you were not born yet. Here, this is what the cover looks like. It had Whitney Houston in it as the fairy godmother. It was such a good movie. And it has Whoopi Goldberg in it. I forgot about that. Oh my goodness.
Did see that one. I do like that one. Yeah, that one's so good.
I loved that one. I need to rewatch this. I remember watching it on, I don't know if do I have it on DVD or VHS. I'm not sure. But Cinderella I think is just, they can't really miss except for Camila Cabello, but no one else can. Because there have been a lot of bad Cinderella live actions.
Yeah. And like, oh my God, I loved the butterflies on her dress. I was obsessed.
Yeah, same.
I will say, there have been like, minus what just came out, there have been good Snow White adaptations. Just not what recently came out.
Yeah.
Like Snow White and the Huntsman with Why am I thinking Bella Swan? That is not her name!
Fuck, now I'm thinking Bella Swan. What's her name?
Apologize to this actress. I feel horrible right now.
Why can't I remember?
It's because I just saw a funny clip about what you call it. I saw a funny clip
Kristen Stewart.
Of Kristen Stewart, yeah. I saw a funny clip of Twilight the other day, so that's why I was like, Bella Swan!
Oh, okay.
Okay, Snow White and the Huntsman, oh, Mirror Mirror. I can't remember if I watched that one, so I don't know if it's good or not.
Oh, I've seen. I think that one was okay. I remember really liking Julia Roberts in it, and I love Lily Collins, but I don't remember if I liked her in that.
Okay. I feel like there's other ones. All that's popping up is the new Disney one, but there are other ones.
Let's see. Okay. There is Snow White, the Fairest of Them All. Never saw that one. Snow White and the Three Stooges. Never saw that. Mirror Mirror. Snow White, A Tale of Terror. That one's a horror movie.
Oh.
Sydney White was like with Amanda Bynes was Snow White.
Sydney White! Dude, I loved Sydney White. I loved Amanda Bynes in that. That was such a good.
I don't even remember that.
That was a good one. The dwarves are all these little geeky guys that she ends up like living with in this like geeky, nerdy sorority thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it. It's so good.
Yeah, that's all the adaptations I see ranked here. So there was 8. That was from April 1st of this year.
White was so good. It's like a modern day, kind of like a Cinderella story.
I feel like I watched it, I just don't remember it.
Yeah, it was a Cinderella story, but for Snow White.
Okay.
Yeah. It was so good, though. Amanda Bynes did amazing.
Throwing back to last week's episode.
Yeah, right? Let's tie it in. Or no, that was 2 weeks ago.
Was it? What was last week?
Last week was,
Oh, yeah, last week was the Warring couple. Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, the Mulan live action, nope. I had high expectations for that. No. That one doesn't exist. It actually has a lot of really bad reviews. I've not seen Aladdin. Ooh, there's a Mulan Rise of the Warrior from 2009. I wonder what did that one rate? That one rated 6.6 out of 10.
I've never heard of this.
That one, I would watch that. Is it a Chinese one? Yeah, it is. It is. It's not English, that's why. That looks good, though.
Alrighty.
A lot of Mulan ones. Shit. Ooh, Peter Pan.
Oh, hi, Hassar. Thank you for the hydrate. I just took a drink when you did that, so.
Hi, Hassar.
We haven't started yet, so.
There was a live action Dumbo?
Yeah. I didn't watch it, but I knew about it.
My god, Dumbo looks adorable.
I know. Yeah, the Dumbo one does look cute. We're like totally off on a tangent, Hassar, so don't mind us.
Yeah. What's your least favorite live action remake of a film? Join in with us.
We are currently diving into Disney, but I'm sure there's others as well. I'm trying to think of what about the live action Scooby-Doo's? Did you like both of them?
I feel like since I grew up with them, of course I liked them. I think
I liked the first one better.
Yeah, the first one better for sure, but, like, I was a huge Scooby-Doo fan.
Oh,
like,
same.
I don't know if anybody knows this, but I was such a huge Scooby-Doo fan that my baby blanket was Scooby-Doo, and I think my parents still have it.
That's everything.
I haven't found many I like. Yeah. Let's go, Hussar, you named those out!
Yeah, no. There's not a lot. There's not a lot. You know what I'm waiting for? Actually, no. I feel like that's just... I was gonna say, like, something like a Mickey Mouse live action, but that would just be CGI.
I think would do good as a live action, Disney-wise.
Yeah.
Atlantis.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
That would be really good as a live action.
Yeah, the Beauty and the Beast one I enjoyed as well.
I did like that one. I loved the Beauty and the Beast one.
Yeah. And I loved the new song they added to it as well. I think it was Evermore, maybe?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah, no, yeah. Atlantis would be insane. I freaking love Atlantis.
I know.
And Treasure Planet. Oh,
yeah.
That would be
Oh my
cool.
god, I love Treasure Planet. I started reading, fuck, what was it? Give me a second.
Yeah, but it is sad. I never got the recognition.
I was obsessed with Atlantis as a kid.
Me too. I didn't love the second one as much, but the first one hits every time. I haven't watched it in forever. What are you looking for?
I remember there was, like, I think it was McDonald's that did a collab with them when they first came, like, when the movie first, like, was, you know, airing, I guess you could say. And the little blue crystal necklace, I had one of those, and it was, like, one of my favorite toys ever. I thought it was so cool. I thought I was so cool.
Yeah, I remember these. I also had a necklace. I remember
you just looked it up?
Yeah, Happy Meal Walt Disney Pictures.
Sweet, I was right. It was McDonald's.
I had one of the drills. I remember having one of the drills. Yeah. Damn.
Please.
That was back in the days when they had the big cases of McDonald's toys and you got to, like, choose which one you wanted.
Oh my god, yeah, I do remember some of these other ones now. Holy shit.
Oh, they repurposed the second one from a TV series to a movie? That makes sense. Why I didn't like it as much, maybe. I mean, it wasn't, like, awful. It wasn't as good.
I feel like I had more than just the crystal necklace. I can't, like, remember for sure, though. But that necklace, I was like, whoo, I'm cool. I want that necklace again.
We need to rewatch the movie. We need to have a movie night where we watch Atlantis and Atlantis 2.
Yes. Yes. Oh my god, yes.
Okay, we need to get back into our subject, Lila. We need to reel it back in.
Okay, wait, hold on. One more thing about Atlantis. Cole Sprouts. He loved Atlantis. I would love for him to be in a live action.
Who would he be? I mean, if we wait a bit longer, he could be the main character.
I know, because, who did he cosplay as? Cole Sprouts. Atlantis. Oh, he dressed up as Milo.
Oh, yeah. He could do... Oh, my
1
gosh,
year.
yeah. I see it.
Oh, my God. He actually... Yeah. Oh, my God. Yes! We need this to happen!
No. This is what...
Disney!
we need to happen.
Disney, we need this to happen, like, yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
Doesn't he look so good as Milo?
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna put a picture up on the screen for anyone watching.
Yeah, I prefer animations, but if you get the right cast, the right writers, I feel like the writers is the biggest thing. The right writers. Right writers.
The right writers.
For a
right, here's the Cole
live
Sprouse.
action. And then, like, people who actually care about the project.
You did such a good job.
I have to step away real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. When Lila gets back, we'll do our intro and we'll actually start. Oh, yeah, movie writing has been rough the past few years. Yeah, for sure. Yes, we're talking about aliens, UFOs today. It's going to be epic. I'm going to dive into the history first. We're going way back. We're going through a whole thing. We're going through ancient Greece, the Catholic Church. Yes, the big lick that I could actually lick with this one. Because on my tongue, I need to like figure out how to rig a tongue out on my other model. If I can do this. Yeah, we're learning a lot today. And then we are gonna get into some sightings, some big ones. Mine are somehow related. Then I didn't realize until after I had already gotten into them. And then Lila's gonna talk about those recently unclassified, declassified documents. Yes, no. Lurk as you must. I'm gonna try to upload the VODs to YouTube, but if I don't get them uploaded by this weekend, they will be on here for a week or two. This one at least. But I am slowly but surely trying to get all of them ready to upload onto YouTube. So I have them all downloaded and ready to go. I just got to do it. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I do really want to try to get it all done by this weekend so that I can be fresh and just like do it one at a time every week instead of having to do it in bulk like I'm doing.
Hey, quick thing before I come back. Don't forget to talk about the Instagram and...
Oh yeah, let me get that picture on here.
I need you to send me the files so I can upload them to Spotify.
Okay, the season 3 ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
BRB.
Okay. All right, well, here you guys go. Wait, no, I don't have the Instagram one on here. Let me save it. 1 second. But yes, we do have an Instagram now. With the way that TikTok is being, or not TikTok, sorry, Twitter is being right now, where most of our posts get suppressed or like not seen because we, don't have the blue check mark. We've made an Instagram to help a little bit with that. So that's the QR code if you're on your PC and you want to use your mobile. Otherwise, it's just literally our podcast name, Series of Geektastic Events, on Instagram. And TikTok. We also have a TikTok. So if you are on TikTok, that is also an option. I'll keep this up here so that whenever we have any new people come in, we can re-share it. But yes, that is our Instagram, our new, fresh Instagram. We're trying to get some more stuff out there. Like I said, I'm gonna try to upload everything today, or not today, tomorrow. Tomorrow and Saturday. I do have my niece is graduating on Sunday, so I am gonna be busy on that day. But we'll try our best to get everything uploaded. exciting stuff. But yeah, there's lots for us to do and get organized. But I think we're in a good spot. I mean, we've been trucking along on these episodes. I think we've missed 2, but one of those was because of like a family thing, and then the other one was because I was sick, I think. So, which I get sick a lot. I don't know why, but it's okay. We're healthy right now. And I have 4 water bottles next to me. I'm staying hydrated. This next week's episode, it's either gonna be what we scheduled for the next one, because we did move around the UFO and the Warren couple episodes. We've swapped them, and then the next episode is supposed to be one of our murder mystery book walkthroughs that I've done in the past. I think twice now, maybe 3 times, I don't remember. But I haven't started reading a book yet. So we'll see if that's this next week, or maybe I'll push it back and swap it 2 weeks from now so I can start it this week and then like have more time to do it. We'll see. We'll see how I do. Usually I don't pick a huge book. Usually it's like 200, 250 pages, roughly, maybe a 300 page. They're all Agatha Christie's usually. But I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do in terms of the book. Because I don't know if I want to continue to do Agatha Christie again, or if I want to try something else. But regardless, it'll be either next week or the week after that. That'll be a fun one. That one is very much audience participation wanted. I think one of the times, we even had like chat members just jump into the VC and help Lila with the investigation. Because obviously it's a whodunit, and I've read the book, so I know everything, and it's all about helping Lila solve it. But yeah, so I'll have to choose the book for that. But we have a lot of fun episodes coming up. We have lots and lots. I don't remember how many we have left though. Let me see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we have 9 episodes left. 9 episodes.
Sorry.
No problemo.
Oh my god.
I've just been yapping.
I know. I can hear. I had to help my boyfriend with something, but we're good now.
Okay. Cool.
Ugh.
Alright, let's begin with our intro then. 38 minutes in, we're gonna do the intro. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, let me get this set up again. Messed it up. Okay. I'm waiting for the music to start. So it's more ominous.
Oh? I didn't realize there was music.
Yeah, I always have like a little bit of music in the background. It's very like low. You can barely hear it, but it's atmospheric. So we're not like just sitting in silence for chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever looked up at the night sky and wondered, are we alone?
Maybe you've heard a story. Strange lights, missing time, encounters too bizarre to explain. I'm Lila.
And I'm Sero. And welcome to this week's episode of Series of Geektasticevents, where, I can't see, where we'll be diving into those unknowns and discussing aliens and UFOs.
So grab your telescopes.
And your microwave ovens.
And let's launch into the great unknown. Microwave ovens.
Yeah, they have radio waves.
Oh, whoopsies.
It makes sense. It makes sense
great.
once I get into the radio waves.
Damn.
Yeah, that's our episode. When you clicked on your name, it popped up your name in front of the my like paragraph, like so I could see what I was supposed to say. I was like, oh, I don't know what's happening.
That is hilarious.
Okay, so
dang, I'm just
as I said,
you up.
Me and Lila have split it up per usual how we do. So we're gonna start with history, aka my section. So let's bring it back. We're gonna dive back in time to ancient Greece. So before science, there was myth. The myth and legend. So for space things and celestial objects and, the night sky, those were all explained by mythology. In ancient Greece, scholars were, at least from what we can find, the first to consider non-supernatural, non-mythical explanations for these things, for space, for celestial objects, for the night sky. And eventually, two groups emerged. So we have the first group, which is the atomists, rightly named after the atom. So they thought that matter at both Earth and the cosmos were equally made of small atoms of classical elements, is what they called them. So Earth and the cosmos were all made of earth, water, fire, air. Yes, we are indeed in the last Avatar: The Last Airbender. That is ancient Greece. So,
hey.
Yeah, so they believed that not only Earth, but space and the cosmos were made out of those four elements. And they also, one of the biggest atomists, Epicurus, I think is how you say his name, he believed that the elements that created Earth and its planets and animals should have also been able to create other worlds elsewhere, along with their own plants and animals, which is known as cosmic pluralism. We'll get into that a little bit later. So that is one theory. That's the atomists. They believed that Earth and space shared the same elements and that life could be found elsewhere just as it's found on Earth. And then we had the Aristotelians, which is Aristotle. Aristotelians, I think is what they are, yeah. They thought that the elements that were found on Earth were only found on Earth, and that there was a fifth element that was found in the cosmos called aether, which I've heard a lot about aether, both in like science fiction, video games, mythology. Like there's
heard
aether
about it too. Yeah,
aether's everywhere. So I'm assuming that aether doesn't come strictly from the Aristotelians. Man, that name.
I love that.
But that was what their belief was. There was a fifth element for the space, for the cosmos. Aristotle specifically believed that all the Earth elements naturally fell towards the center of the universe, making Earth the only planet to exist. So all the elements that you need to make life only fell to the center, which in those days was believed to be Earth. Earth was the center, which we now know is not correct, but back then that's what was believed. So we have these two groups, right? And those two groups went on to spread their beliefs and survive. Their beliefs survived through the fall of the Greek Empire. And this is another topic that we're going to get into, but they also survived because the Great Library of Alexandria compiled information about it. From the Greek perspective, they compiled all of the information that was told both atomists and Aristotelians, and they translated it using Islamic scholars, which again allowed it to survive the great burning of the Library of Alexandria. So not only did it survive the fall of the great Greek Empire, but it also survived the Great Library of Alexandria burning and everything being destroyed. So that's pretty epic, I think. They survived a lot, this information.
That is so cool.
Yeah. And then it was used by not the Western Roman Empire, so not the fall of the Roman empires, not that Rome, but Eastern Rome. They combined the Greek knowledge that I'm talking about now, along with there was what is it called? Let me get this right. I think it's Jainism. It's an Indian religion. Yeah, Jainism. That is it. Yeah, so that religion talked about other
tinfoil
worlds.
Hats. Do we have tinfoil hats?
Like what? Like assets?
Assets?
No, I only found the alien antennas. I sent that file to you, but I didn't find any tinfoil hats.
Damn. Also, that's what that was.
Yeah.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah. Also, tinfoil hats aren't super connected to aliens as much as I believed. It was more about like government information and like thinking that spies could get like information from you if you didn't have the tinfoil to like, reflect the radio waves. It does have some connection to aliens, especially because of like media and shit, but for the most part it was about like government, which is interesting. Okay, yeah. So continuing on. So the Eastern Roman Empire combined the knowledge of the Greeks and then the knowledge of the Indian religion Jainism, which talks about there being other worlds with, human life and whatnot. And also information from the Chinese and its own scholars in Rome, in Eastern Rome. And with this all combined, they started expanding their ideas about extraterrestrial life, though they didn't call it that at that point. And this eventually returned to Europe by the Middle Ages, where things got real dangerous. a lot of stuff is happening in the Middle Ages with, the Catholic Church and such things. And let's just say that belief in aliens is not Christian. So we get to the Middle Ages, and the biggest problem with these theories of extraterrestrial life at this point is that it's all like scientific. None of it talks about like a creator, like such as God, who is like forming these other beings in other worlds. And so because of this, it's associated with atheism to believe in extraterrestrial beings at this point. I will say that changes. There's a lot of Christians that think alien life is out there, but connect it to Christianity. But at this point, that's not so much what was going on. So we have, so science pushed on through with varying reactions from the church, both good and bad. So even then, it wasn't all bad, but there was a lot of bad. And late into the Middle Ages came a great breakthrough. So we're going to talk about Copernicus, which I've learned about a lot of this stuff, but I just didn't really connect it with aliens. It was more about learning about like the solar system and that kind of stuff, and how like what we revolve around the sun and not the earth. Like they don't revolve around us. So
yeah.
But it is very much important to extraterrestrial studies and like the expansion of that. So Nicholas Copernicus proposed that the planets revolved around the sun rather than the earth. And while his proposal had many inaccuracies, one of which being that we orbit in a circular fashion and not an elliptical fashion, it led eventually to other philosophers and scientists discovering even more about his theory. So one of those was Galileo, who used the newly invented telescope to modify the Copernicus heliocentrism thing and make it more accurate, along with other philosophers before him. But with his new clarifications, there was an understanding of the planets and also the possibility of extraterrestrial life. And that made the Catholic Church mad. So, with this resistance from the Catholic Church, they confronted Galileo and charged him with having heretical beliefs. And they forced him to recant his statements, which I think he did, but then he was charged to live the rest of his life on house arrest. And while in house arrest, he wrote several books about, like, with criticism of those that, even if they believed, like, his heliocentrism, like, theories, they even wear the tinfoil hats. I know, Lila just asked that. we are aliens. We're not the tinfoilers, okay? We are the aliens.
Yeah.
We're in space, guys. Don't you see the stars in the freaking bookshelf?
Woo.
Woo. But yes, so Galileo continued his campaign to spread heliocentrism, as well as his other theories through his writings while he was in house arrest. But someone that was not so lucky as Galileo was another loud and proud believer of life outside of Earth, Italian philosopher Giordano Bruno. He argued that other worlds have no less virtue nor a nature different to that of our Earth and contain animals and inhabitants. So he was very forward about there's life outside of this planet. And his beliefs got him charged by the Venetian Holy Inquisition, which was formed by the Catholic Church with the help from the Venetian government. And he was tried and executed for his beliefs about alien life. Yeah. So, not that they called it alien life, of course, but that's what he was on to. So, yeah, when I read that, I was like, whoa. So people, like, died for believing in aliens. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's actually crazy. And this was after the Crusades. Like, this was 1600s. This is the 17th century. Yeah. So, yeah, no. Crazy. Yes, so, after all of this, you know, the Catholic Church and stuff, there was a general acceptance of heliocentrism at this time. Obviously, we know that to be very factual today. We revolve around the sun, not the other way around. And science and philosophy and the communities that form those in turn increased their support and acceptance of the possibility of extraterrestrial life as well. So at the height of the Enlightenment, apparently there were even theories that were considering the sun and moon to be candidates for extraterrestrial inhabitants. So that's where I read a few. They're all freaking old, so they're like not, you know, the English that I want to read. They're like hard to decipher.
Yeah.
But there were some accounts of like people theorizing like these sun, again, not aliens, but my VTube studio keeps closing. I don't know why. On my phone. Weird. Yeah. Very weird. But anyways, yes, there were even theories about sun and moon aliens out there during this time.
Oh.
And then we get to probably one of the biggest shifts, I think, Mars. Mars and Martians.
Yup.
Yeah. So in the late 19th century, Mars and the speculation around life being on Mars increased rapidly. And even to like when we were like smaller kids, I feel like Mars was a huge topic. I feel like it's died off now, but like when we were in elementary school, middle school even, I remember like talking about the Mars rover and like like theorizing about like life on Mars and like learning about them finding like some organism, like a single cell organism, not like a human likelihood, but something that at least affirmed that life could survive on Mars. So from the 19th century to our childhood, I think Mars was still going strong with its popularity. So this began with the sighting of what were called Martian canals that were seen on a telescope. And these canals, some theorized, were works of engineering, much like human engineering. So that would mean that there was civilization intelligent enough to make irrigation canals or some other type of canals on Mars. These canals turned out to be nothing more than an illusion, but it still brought forth a lot of popularity. Those are real. My cousins, uncles, grandmas, neighbors saw them make those. Crazy.
Damn, who would have known?
Yeah, but once like better telescopes came out in the early 20th century, they were obviously not actually there. They were optical illusions via the lighting or whatever. There were other like types of landforms though that they found, but none of them looked engineered by some life form. This is also the time, so late 19th century, when science fiction, the genre, became developing. Though it wasn't called that yet, but that the idea of science fiction became a thing. They started making literature about extraterrestrial life forms, and this fiction popularized the perception of extraterrestrial life in like the mainstream. So this is where people started talking about aliens. A lot more. And then after this Mars stuff, we started getting scientists that specifically wanted to study life in space. So we get astrobiology, which when I read this part, all I could think about was Xenon. Do you remember the movie Xenon?
Yes. Oh my god. Yes.
And I kept thinking about the one part where the band guy, like the main singer, has to do the zoom 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 to the alien, and they like talk, and it's it's a whole thing. I think that's like Xenon 2 or 3, I don't remember. But anyways, yes, astrobiologists. So they study extraterrestrial life, and this field is studied by NASA, by the ESA, which is the European Space Association, and the National, I don't remember what it's, INAF. It's National Air something. Federation, Foundation, I don't know, Aero Foundation, one of those things. But it's studied by lots of organizations and institutions, and also other people. But those are the main organizations that study it. And this field is still studied today, though it is pretty constrained by the fact that, we don't have any extraterrestrial life forms to study. They're just basing it off of us, and they don't really have any other things to gauge it with, so it's not fully formed yet as a science, but it is still studied by many people.
Makes sense, because you never know what's...
Yeah. I mean, you still want to understand, and they also are pioneers in looking for extraterrestrial life forms outside of Earth, so... Oh my gosh, my freaking VTube studio closed again. I'm gonna scream.
Oh, I wonder what's up with it.
I don't know. Might have to like reload
Weird.
the app at some point. We'll see. But anyways, so we got real science, astrobiology, but we also got fake science because of this hype. Pseudoscience. And that was called ufology or ufology, which I actually have seen books about ufology.
Really? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, in my past workplace, we had a whole section on like Wicca and like tarot reading and all of that stuff. And in that section, there was a tiny section about ufology because it was like a conspiracy section. Like it was like 2 shelves.
Interesting.
Yeah, but there's a lot of books out there by ufologists. But like I said, pseudoscience, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But ufologists claim that many unidentifiable, geez Louise, and unidentifiable flying objects are spaceships from alien species. They also believe in what Sunny June believes in Nancy Drew, the ancient astronauts. Which is when aliens visited Earth in prehistoric times, but the people didn't, fully understand, but they still drew pictures and hieroglyphs about it. It is in fact, one of the Nancy Drew games. So eventually we will get there and we will talk about it. I think it's Tomb of the Queen, maybe? I don't remember. But Sunny June is a very big believer of ancient astronauts. So that's like the idea that like they built the pyramids and like they visited and now they're in hieroglyphs and caves and that sort of thing. So that's all ufology. So we got astrobiology and we got ufology. Those are the 2 science fields, whether they're fake or not, that came out of the hype around Mars. And then we got SETIs, which is just an acronym for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. So these are any organizations or projects or studies that have to do with searching for ETs, as they call them. And I'm gonna go into a few of them because
dude.
What?
Oh my god, the ad that I just got.
What?
It said like Alienware on it or something.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, it's listening. I would like look over and I just see this alien and like everything. I'm like,
that's
what
so
the
funny.
Fuck? Alienware, yep.
That's so
gaming laptop, yeah. Oh my god, that's so weird.
That is hilarious. So they know. They're always watching.
Yeah.
Just like aliens.
Yes.
So after the advent of radio, that's why I said microwaves, guys. Microwaves, radio waves. So after the advent of radios, these SETI projects started popping up. So we're going to talk about 3 of them. First one, Project Ozma, which is named after Wizard of Oz Princess Ozma from the books. I don't think she's in any of the movies. I don't remember, though. There was that Return to Oz, but anyways, from the books, Princess Ozma.
Oh, I love Return to Oz.
They use a radio in that book to communicate with the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, so that's what's inspired by it. So this experiment started in 1960 by Cornell University. And I will say a lot of these are through universities, a lot of these studies, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So this one was by Cornell University astronomer Frank Drake, who is deeply invested in all SETI, like, endeavors, it seems. Because he's also a part of some of these other ones that I looked into. But yes, so this project would search for signs of life in distant planetary systems through interstellar radio waves. Some 150 hours of intermittent observation during a 4-month period detected no recognizable signals. So this particular project was a failure in terms of indicating life. But it got the ball rolling. It was one of the first ones.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry, my dad is talking to me.
No, you're fine. This. Oh, crap. Sorry, excuse me. Oh my god, I'm so sleepy today, guys. So sleepy. I don't even know why. I don't think I was up that late. Maybe I was. I don't remember. I was reading, if I'm being honest.
About what?
Oh, I was saying, I don't know why I'm so tired. I don't know how late I was up, though, because I was just reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wasn't up very late, but I took a nap. I was so tired. Yeah. I don't even know why. I was exhausted.
Also, I feel like it's also because I'm cramping that I'm just like...
Yeah, getting tired.
Yeah.
Well, we can always cut sightings if we need to, if you get too exhausted. Because there's plenty to talk about. Plenty.
Yeah.
So, second project, it was in 1973, so 13 years later. And this one is called Wow Signal. And it was by the Ohio State University. They assigned their radio observatory called Big Ear to the scientific search for extraterrestrial life. It's one of the longest running SETI programs of its kind, and it also has one of like the most popular conclusions to talk about. So on August 15th in 1977, there was a strong radio signal detected by Big Ear. And the signal seemed to come from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. It's like, I can't even tell you. I don't really think that me telling you like the hertz that it was really helps us at all, because we don't understand. Like, we don't know like what's big in hertz, but it's a really big curve. It's a really big curve. If that helps at all. It's like substantially bigger than any other signals they've had in the past. So that was their first first example of possibility of life. I mean, they haven't confirmed that it wasn't or was at this point, as far as I can see. But it was a big breakthrough. And then we literally have Breakthrough Listen, which was a $100 million funded SETI that had thousands of hours of dedicated telescope time on state-of-the-art facilities. So this one was huge. This one was funded by a Soviet-born Islamic scientist, I believe, or businessman. He like funded it all. And he funded like the telescope time and all of it. $100 million. Like a lot of money went into this one. And it's one of the most comprehensive SETIs to date. And interestingly, this one actually began much later, or much, I guess, not that long ago, is how I'm trying to say it. It began in January of 2016. So only, like, I guess a few months before we graduated high school. Damn. Not to make us feel old, but it began. So, and this is expected to continue for 10 years. So it's not going to end until next year. So this whole project is still going on. And the project aims...
that's actually kind of exciting.
I know, that's cool, right? It's a 10-year project. It's still going on today. Like, we're still getting data from it. It's very cool. So its aim is to discover signs of extraterrestrial civilization, obviously. by searching stars and galaxies for radio signals and laser transmissions. So the search for radio signals is carried out on 2 telescopes. We have the Green Bank Telescope, which is in the northern hemisphere, and the Parkes Telescope, which is in the southern hemisphere. They do add other telescopes later on. The Chinese government loans out a radio telescope called FAST to help along with the initiative as well. And some other countries also get involved at some point. But those are the 2 main ones. So the Park one is in the southern, the Green Bank is in the northern hemisphere. And together, the radio telescopes cover 10 times more sky than any other previous searches. So they are covering a lot more area with these telescopes. And like I said, China loaned their telescope to the project in October of 2016. And so they've been using 3 plus other ones that have come in as well over the years to map out this sky. So there's not really any blind spots that they can find in terms of searching. So let's talk about some findings. There's not a whole lot of findings, and I would love to see what they talk about in the coming year, like the wrap up. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
But within their first year, so August 30th of 2017, Breakthrough Listen said it picked up a series of 15 radio bursts coming from a dwarf galaxy about 3 billion light years away. Which, crazy. So the researchers said that the possibility of the source being extraterrestrial life cannot yet be ruled out. So it could be what it is, or it could be some other fluke.
Could be something else.
Yeah, because a lot of their reports that I didn't really note down because a lot of them are repetitive, but some of them are like beams that are reflecting off of Earth that they're picking up, or like radio interception from like a aircraft that's too high, or like whatnot. There's like a lot of things that they're picking up that aren't necessarily anything to do with extraterrestrial life. But there are a few that are like, we can't say it's not. Like, it could be. No other option is really standing out at that point. So there are a few that could be extraterrestrial life, but obviously there's never going to be like a 100% confirm on these things unless we like see it, you know? So in December of 2020, there was another report that in April and May of 2019, so the year before, there was a signal that was on par with the WOW signal. So again, a really big signal. And it showed shifts in its frequency consistent with the movement of a planet. And as of December of 2020, the researchers are still working to rule out terrestrial interference. So this also has not been confirmed to be a interception or anything yet. So there's two big ones that could possibly be extraterrestrial life, but have not been confirmed one way or the other yet. But we'll just have to wait and see. I think next year, I don't know if next year they're going to do a report or if they're going to, have to compile everything for the very end.
It might still be like another year or two or something.
They did say they were going to put out reports every 6 months, but I'm assuming for like the last one, it's going to be a lot bigger, so it's going to take more time. But I still think it'll be exciting to see when it does come out. I definitely will be looking out for that. But yeah, so as I said, this was only like 8 years ago. A little over 8 years ago. But yeah,
Crazy.
So SETIs are still going on today. Sightings are still going on today. But, we have a lot more information now than freaking Aristotle did and Galileo and Copernicus.
So true.
So it was interesting to see where it all started, though. Where it all came from when, and the fact that believing in those, and what we now know is likely, could have gotten you killed back then is also crazy. Science, man. Science is dangerous.
Yeah.
Making new ideas and studying new ideas and voicing those ideas can be dangerous. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot to go into in terms of like the science behind it, but like that's a whole lot of lingo that I don't even want to dive into. There's a lot more in terms of like chemical, like biology and like photo something light something, like there's a whole lot of other scientific pieces to what I talked about, but that's the gist, that's the rundown, that's the timeline of how we went from myth to science to belief in aliens. And it's still a big subject today. Like I said, there is a ufology section in the store I worked at. So it's not unknown. I don't know. Have you interacted much with anyone that's like vehemently for or against aliens? Because I feel like most of us are just like, yeah, probably. I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you.
Oh, I can't really think of like anyone off the top of my head that's been like, they're not real. I feel like a lot of people are kind of just like, oh, maybe they're out there, maybe they're not. Like there's
yeah.
Like,
I feel like with the
maybe
way that
super religious people, I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like what we know about science today and like what we've been told from like NASA and other releases of information, I feel like most of us are like, oh, it could be out there. We don't know though, so like But I've never heard anyone, at least this obviously we're modern times, people are already much more accepting of this stuff. So we're not going to have like the same reactions as they did in the Middle Ages. But yeah, I've never heard anyone be like, no, this is definitively not real. They don't exist. I'm sure there are people like that, but I've never experienced it. We're definitely more open about the idea of aliens nowadays. I do also think that all of the media that we have gotten over the years has helped with that.
Yeah. You know how you told me to send you pictures?
Uh-huh.
There are pictures on the CIA website.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit, some of these are crazy.
Well,
yeah, there's way too many.
We could scroll if you want.
I mean, it's not like I'm talking about them specifically. I was just like looking.
Yeah.
Like
Is it the website that you sent me already?
Probably not.
Okay, yeah. If you want to link,
hold on.
You link them, I can go to them and take a look while you're talking and see if I can find some to show chat.
Okay.
While we're chit-chatting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I freaking rushed that. I was yapping away.
No, you're fine.
I could feel it. I was like, oh, I'm talking real fast. I just get excited and then I go real fast. When when I did my Fulbright interview when I was in college, that was one of the things she said, when I was doing my practice interview. She was like, you get really excited and you talk way too fast, so you gotta slow down. I was like, okay.
Aww.
And then COVID happened.
Yeah, and then COVID
and no Fulbright for me.
Damn.
You live and you learn, man. Well, you live and you learn.
What the CIA actually has on their website is fucking crazy. Just saying.
Oh, I'm sure.
Give me 1 second. Let me... Oh, there we go. Ah! Go away! I got an ad. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
You're fine, you're fine.
Yeah. Wait, no. That's not the website I want. Or the page I wanted.
Ding, 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 ding. Dude, this document is hella long.
Oh, there's so many documents I just was not able to get through, and I'm kind of like, I'm hoping other sources that I read are accurate, because the actual PDFs are either hard to read or long as fuck.
Yeah, this one that I just got was 186 pages.
So I'm gonna put a link in chat.
Okay.
If I can remember how to do this correctly.
And I can just pin it for you.
This link has a bunch of the UFO-based government documents that were declassified by the CIA, all in one place. So if anybody wants to take a look at the documents themselves, we'll leave it up for the rest of the stream.
Yeah.
I'll talk more about this website and the person and stuff later. We're just gonna get into the other sightings and stuff first. But, holy fuck. Like, obviously if you go to the CIA website, there's even more stuff.
Yeah.
Like, all the pictures and stuff I was just talking to you about. They are also on the Black Vault website. I just don't know how to, like, 100% get to them outside of, like, Googling it and there being a link for it. But, yeah, because this website isn't just for UFOs. It has a bunch of other government and military and intelligence and FBI. There's even paranormal files on here, dude. But,
Ooh.
the person who runs this website, basically, he, just like a brief background, he works his ass off to get, like, Freedom of Information Act documents from, like, the CIA and the FBI and stuff. Like, he pays money and everything to, like, get these, to make them, like, he's a big believer of the people need to know kind of thing. So, cool website, cool dude. He worked really hard to get all these files. So, definitely something to check out. You know, well, again, I'll get more into that later.
I'll post it in the Discord server as well.
Okay. Get back to the thing. Okay, so yeah, going off of that, so I'm taking a bit of a detour about UFO sightings, like what Sero's been talking about, and I'm gonna talk about a certain man who has popped up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, numerous documents that were released by the CIA, that were declassified around UFOs. And, this is, like, not only was this guy, like, referenced a lot, he's not some, like, batshit crazy person. He's, like, a legit scientist who's worked on, like, the Manhattan Project and stuff. So, let me scroll. Oh. Well, I feel stupid. I got everything ready for the Soviet Union stuff, like, document-wise.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, I'm not talking about that first. Okay, Dr. Leon Davidson. So, he, excuse me, sorry. Dr. Leon Davidson was an American chemical engineer and scientist. And he was one of the, people who was on the team for developing the atomic bomb, Manhattan Project. He is notable for being an early opponent of extraterrestrial hypothesis and arguing that UFOs are not best explained as physical spacecraft occupied by extraterrestrial intelligence, but rather as a sophisticated government disinformation campaign that is used to hide experimental military technology. So that's a whole nother conspiracy. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm doing this first because this is kind of like devil's advocate within the Central Intelligence Agency, declassified documents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought it was really interesting. But he's a native New Yorker. He received his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in chemical engineering from Columbia University. And actually, Columbia University has some of his works on their website. It was pretty cool. But from Columbia University School of Engineering and Applied Science. During his graduate studies, he was personally selected by the future C's Dean John R. Dunning to join the Manhattan Project, which is, again, the atomic bomb development program. After an assignment at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee, he moved his family to Los Alamos, New Mexico, where he eventually became an engineering design supervisor for one of the atomic weapons then under development. He then accepted assignments at the Atomic Energy Commission and the Department of Defense at the Pentagon before moving into a private sector. So this dude, he's got credentials for days, right? In the mid-1950s, he joined the Nuclear Development Corporation of America in White Plains, New York, entering the emerging fields of computer technology and development. In the mid to late 1950s, Davidson volunteered at the Civil Defense Filter Center in White Plains, helping track and identify aircraft flying over in the New York metropolitan area. He devoted much of his free time to the study of UFOs, unidentified flying objects. He convinced a congressional committee to force the Air Force to permit him to publish and distribute in its entirety the Air Force's Project Blue Book Special Report number 14, the primary source book on the Air Force's findings related to UFOs. He forced the Air Force to post about Project Blue Book.
Boss moves.
That's crazy to me. Oh my gosh. I think there's a document on that too. All the documents are lettered or not lettered, numbered. So I don't have those ones in front of me. I have the wrong documents in front of me right now, so I don't know which one it is off the top of my head. But yeah. That is in there. But Davidson firmly believed that the objects reported to be extraterrestrial spacecrafts were in fact experimental aircrafts developed by the Air Force or CIA. And we'll kind of get into why soon. I'm just going to say right now, the CIA kept avoiding this guy. But if he's out here getting the Air Force to push their publishings, I gotta say they were we don't want anything to do with him. But according to American historian David M. Jacobs, quote, Davidson, while originally thinking UFOs were secret weapons, later developed the theory that UFOs were nothing but a CIA front. The CIA, Davidson explained, had maneuvered or created all UFO club activity, contactees, books, and so on to confound the Soviets about our technological capabilities. And the Soviets, again, will come back into play. I will get into that later. Davidson published his theory in Saucer News in early 1959, and the fact that that's even a thing I think is great. And an article titled, this is like his big work of UFOs. It's titled ECM plus CIA equals UFO. That is literally what it's called. I'm gonna send that to you. That is literally what it's called. Arguing that the 1952 Washington, D.C. UFO incident was actually a test by the CIA of electronic countermeasures, or ECMs, technology. Quote, since 1951, the CIA has caused or sponsored saucer sightings for its own purposes, Davidson wrote. By shrewd psychological manipulation, a series of normal events has been served up so as to appear as quite convincing evidence of extraterrestrial UFOs, including military use of ECMs, which again means electric countermeasure, on a classified basis unknown to radar observers who were involved. From July 12th, in the 1952 Washington, D.C. UFO incidents, this is just a little summary. From July 12th to the 29th in 1952, a series of unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, sightings were reported in Washington, D.C., and later became known as the Washington Flap. The Washington National Airport sightings, or the invasion of Washington. The most publicized sightings took place on conservative weekends, July 19th through the 20th and July 26th through the 27th. UFO historian Curtis Peebles called the incident the climax of the 1952 UFO flap. Never before or after did Project Blue Book and the Air Force undergo such a tidal wave of UFO reports as they did during that time. So, yeah, just to put a little background there. But, kind of going a little bit more into the documents, or stuff from the documents. Again, there are a lot of documents, and I'll kind of go into the goods and the bads of the documents later. But, okay, so there are some reports that refer to someone named Dr. Leon Davidson, who we just went over, who made multiple requests for information about, like, UFOs, and did not appear to be getting any response from the CIA. They were literally like, no. Which we'll get into, again, later, the Freedom of Information Act being such a big thing for this information and how important it is. But, yeah, they were giving our guy Davidson a hard time. So, one report states, redacted, received a letter from Davidson, redacted, in which Davidson asked if the redacted tape had been analyzed at Wright Field. Redacted replied that the tape was forwarded to proper authorities for evaluation and no information was available concerning results. Redacted then received a second letter dated 19th March from Davidson in which he said sent, Redacted was not in position to make inquiries. He would like the address of proper parties to make them. Redacted replied that he understood the proper address for forwarding information on flying saucers is Air Technical Intelligence Center, Wright-Patterson's Air Force Base. Subsequently, Redacted learned that Davidson made inquiries there. Apparently, they stole him. In May of that year, another report asks what process has been made, and this correspondence is more than a month old. I'm afraid that we no longer procrastinate the more fuel we add to the fire. Also, the people at Wright Field are holding their breaths awaiting advice. A third report, for which the date is illegible, says, Davidson is on our backs again. The CIA. Davidson's on our backs again. He wants a verbatim translation of the space message and the identification of the transmitter from which it came. So there was this, like, space message that Leon Davidson was trying to get them to translate for him. Like, he wanted to know, okay? In a fourth report, which indicates the case is closed, the author states that Davidson was writing an article about the incident entitled The Air Force and the Saucers. Part 3, the Central Intelligence Agency becomes involved with saucers. It indicates that the CIA did provide Davidson with some information, but does not disclose what information it was. And in the final report on the matter, the author indicates that the CIA will no longer be responding to Davidson's correspondence. So the CIA, like in the documents, told Davidson that this space message was just Morse code. Which I think is bullshit. Because, like, you have a really bright, smart scientist here. Like, benefit of the doubt, he would know Morse code, and even if he didn't,
he would know how to figure it out.
Probably looked into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like whatever this space message was, we don't know. But that's like crazy to me. No wonder like this man thought that the CIA was just putting on a front with like UFOs and stuff because like damn, they put him through the ringer. There's also, hold on, let me open this up on my doc. Not only did he have correspondence with the CIA, but the FBI had a whole file on this man. Okay. Let me see. Is this the right file? I have so many files, guys. Hold on, I need a second. Is this the right file? Yes. Okay, scroll. Okay. So, this is from the FBI. Mr. Leon Davidson, okay, so it has all of his information, like his date of birth and all this other stuff. According to New York office records, Mr. Davidson is described as a chronic letter writer and complainer. And then it, like, has a bunch of stuff redacted. Hold on, which I think is, like, hilarious, because this guy really did keep trying to reach out for info, you know? Let's see. Okay. Dr. F. Pricer, Hydrocarbon Research, Inc., advised that a bunch of redacted info. Mr. Pricer further volunteered the information that the redacted Leon Davidson is a well-known to two of the employees of the company. It is said to be noted that Leon Davidson is the subject of a closed AEAA case. I don't know what AEAA stands for. File at the New York office. And also a current security matter. Hold on. Okay, there's a bunch of redacted stuff, I'm sorry. Dr. Manson Benedict, chief of the Process Development Project, Hydrocarbon Research, Inc., stated that he not only knew the applicant, but redacted Leon Davidson as well. He said that he formerly worked with Leon at Oak Ridge, which we did talk about. According to Dr. Benedict, Leon Davidson is a fine chemist and one who he has admitted to get on his staff at the hydrocarbon research. So, he was good at what he did. Like, people wanted him. He said that he was unable to do this because of the higher pay offered Leon Davidson at the Los Alamos. He said that he considers both redacted loyal Americans. So this man had to vouch for Leon Davidson as, like, a loyal American, because they really were not, like... They did not want to put up with his stuff. Holy shit. There was, like, an investigation on him. Yeah, no, there really was an investigation. The following investigation was conducted at 770 West 178th Street, Bronx, New York. Mrs. Lydia Wisdom, superintendent. Okay, this is like neighbor stuff. Again, local American. Basically, it's just a bunch of people who would have known him talking about what a good guy he is and that he is a loyal American. Let me see.
Oh, there's a stretch.
Okay, here we go. Here's some more, like, juicy stuff. So on 12/13, I can't tell what the... Oh, 65. 12/13/65. Redacted, lots of redacted. Requested assistance of the Bureau in obtaining background information concerning Leon Davidson. I bet you it was the CIA. Allegedly. Maybe. That's my theory. 64 Prospect Street, White Plains, New York. Who claims to be employed in a consulting and design service, Metro Processing. According to Redacted, Davidson has written a series of letters to the Ontario Hydro Commission encouraging concerning captioned blackout inferring that it was the work of... Sorry guys, these documents fucking suck. They're old as hell and they are kind of hard to read. Give me 1 second. Let me just restart that a little. Okay. Davidson had written a series of letters to the Ontario Hydro Commission concerning captioned blackout inferring that it was the work of subversives and that all completely in every respect. Redacted indicated it would do... Oh, God. It would be, not do. Redacted indicated it would be helpful if the above requested information could be made available to assist Redacted in handling the matter which has been referred. Redacted. He indicated that from a fuck. I really can't tell what that word is. Blank of prior correspondence, it would appear that Davidson is a John Birch Society type. I don't know what they mean by John Birch Society type. Have you heard that before?
No. I have never heard that in my life. John Birch.
Here,
I'll look it up.
So yeah, he just went full force with trying to get information from them. And they clearly were investigating him because of all of the letters he was writing.
American right-wing political advocacy group. Anti-communist, supports social conservatism. Ultra-conservative, radical right.
I just think it's really funny that... Oh, I didn't even read the best part! At the very beginning, okay, not the very, very beginning of the doc, but the very beginning of the FBI doc, it says, so Mr. Leon Davidson has all of his information, like his address, phone number, birthday, all that. It says, in 1922, advised that on March 29th, 1981, the New York Times business section, page F19, predicted the assassination attempt of President Reagan. So Leon Davidson predicted the assassination attempt on President Reagan. And then according to the New York office records, Mr. Davidson is described as a chronic letter writer and complainer.
Yeah.
And then, like, there's a bunch of stuff redacted after that. So, I don't know. The FBI, obviously, they really went. There's quite a bit redacted. Like, there's paragraphs and like redacted. But yeah, thought it was really interesting that they were watching him like that. So, yeah, and if you are interested, like, his works are published. You can find his book online. Let me see. I know I saw it on Amazon earlier. His title is an engineer and scientist. Again, Columbia University does have some of his, like, stuff posted on their website. Yeah, the Leon Davidson Flying Saucer Collection. Flying Saucer, an analyst of the Air Force Project Blue book. Special report number 14. Yeah. Oh, you want to know what is said in one of the documents?
What?
To, like, that just ended the CIA, like, talking to him?
What?
It said that they lost the, information, documentation. Isn't that, like, bullshit?
Yeah.
I do not believe
whenever
them
there's
that they lost it.
Whenever there's lost documentation, you know what that really means.
Yeah. Which document was it? I'm gonna see if I can figure out which document it was. I'm gonna try this one. Hold up, let me see. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Again, all these documents are, like, just labeled with a series of numbers.
Yeah.
So it's, like, kind of hard to... Let me see if I can... Okay. Yes, I found it. Okay, here we go. This is one of the documents. Chief Chicago office, case closed, and case redacted, closed, and Dr. Leon Davidson. We have contacted Dr. Davidson by telephone, advising him that we cannot resolve his problems concerning the space message and its transmitter because records on the matter have been destroyed by the evaluating agency. When you guys see these documents, you'll understand why it's so hard to read. Davidson accepted this statement with the comment connect that he had been told before that he now had a second article for publishing concerning Air Force handling of space sightings in the hands of the Pentagon Security Review people, which he thought was mild enough to appease them. And he hinted that he might Oh, crap. Wish to take up again at a later date the matter of the particular message. We appreciate that there have been many cooks in the kitchen. What the fuck? We appreciate that there have been many cooks in the kitchen on this dish, and that as a result, the extraordinary oh my god. Non-committal and evasive answer we are instructed to give Davidson. Oh! We are instructed to give Davidson was perhaps the only one possible if we were to avoid crossing up previous statements of our own and other involved agencies to this man. But the answer was hardly fair to Davidson, and one not likely to be fully accepted by him. And then you have a paragraph of just redacted information. And then it says, we are sure more will be heard from Davidson. They just admitted in the same document. Oh my god. Yeah. They admitted in the same document that they gave him a bullshit answer. And that he'll probably ask again. Dude, that's wild.
Yeah, that is wild.
I wonder what the redacted information says. So, yeah. Davidson, I feel like, had a pretty big part to play in, just in general with these documents that we're kind of talking about, the declassified documents. He really was, because this was in the early 1950s, and didn't you say something about how there was, like, a lot going on in the 1950s with the alien stuff? I know the documents cover that, like, range. So.
Yeah, there's, I mean, 1960s, and I would say 1950s as well. That's when, like, there was a whole bunch of, like, modern day sightings at that point.
Yeah. Dude, I really want to know what that space message was.
I know.
That's crazy.
I need to know. I need to know the secrets.
Yeah, that is Leon Davidson.
Wow.
There are so many documents concerning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 of these declassified documents.
Wow.
So, I'm curious I would read his book on Project Blue Book.
Yeah. Same.
Special report number 14. The fact that he got them to, he got the government to force the Air Force to publish that is crazy. Project Blue Book was such a big thing in the United States for UFO related stuff. Secretive stuff. Crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is, I guess, just another perspective from actual documentation.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to be talking about a sighting. One that I didn't realize is connected to the second sighting I chose. I was reading the second sighting. I was like, it's like directly related. Okay, cool. So I guess they're related sightings. Let me get down here. Okay, so get my picture up. All right, so on the screen we have Barney and Betty Hill, who are a part of the Barney and Betty Hill incident, known later as the Hill abduction, and also the Zeta Reticuli incident, which we'll get into that part later. So this couple is an American couple from rural New Hampshire who claimed to be abducted by aliens on September 19th, 1961, which is the year my mom was born. So that's like so long ago. They were really normal. They were a normal couple, and they were well beloved by the town that they lived in and very much a part of the community. Barney worked for the U.S. Postal Service, and Betty was a social worker. And both were active in the local Unitarian congregation, and both were members of the NAACP. And Barney also sat on the local board of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. And he was honored for a lot of his work with that commission, particularly. So they were well known in the community. They lived in a pretty liberal area, but nonetheless, they were an interracial couple during a time where it was definitely not common or looked at positively all the time. So they had their own stresses and struggles along with that. But their biggest obstacle was definitely their UFO encounter. Let's get into it. I do have a video that I'm gonna show at some point. I'm not sure exactly where I want to, but yeah, we'll get into it. So the sighting happened around 10:30 p.m. That night as they were driving back from a vacation that they went on to Niagara Falls, which love. I want to go there so badly. So they were just south of Lancaster, New Hampshire. So they were already in New Hampshire. Betty claimed to have seen a bright point of light in the sky that moved down below the moon and then back up again. At first, she thought it was a plane, but because of the weird movement, she thought maybe it was a falling star. Once the object started moving upward across the moon, that's when she was getting a bit more suspicious. Because falling stars, they don't fall upward, as we know. So because of the weird movement and because it seemed to be growing bigger and brighter, Betty urged Barney to stop so they could take a better look. Also to walk their cute little dog that you see in the picture there, Delcy, who is adorable in every picture I've seen. I hope that Delcy lived a wonderful life. So they stopped at a scenic picnic area to take a better look. Betty saw odd-shaped crafts flashing multicolored lights as they flew across the moon through her binoculars, while Barney saw what he saw was a commercial airliner traveling back or toward Vermont. But this was soon changed. His mind was soon changed because the craft started descending rapidly in their direction without even looking as if it had turned, like, rotated like a UFO would do. So they ran, or actually Barney ran back into the car saying that it was chasing after them, and he started driving with Betty down the isolated road, still moving pretty slowly, trying to look at what the object was doing, and it was still getting closer and closer. And Betty later testified that it was at least 1.5 the size of one of the granite cliff profiles that it passed, which is about 60 feet long. So you can imagine how big that is in terms of like width.
Dang.
Yeah, it was a big ship from her observations. And she also observed that it was rotating like a saucer. And the couple watched the craft move erratically and bounce back and forth across the sky. And then about a mile south of a mountain in New Hampshire known as Indian Head, the object descended toward their car, and Barney screeched to a stop right there in the middle of the highway. I will also say, this account that I'm talking about, this part kind of shifts once we get past some of the other stuff, because there are memory lapses that we'll let Betty tell you that part of the story. So so as they stop the car, the huge craft hovers over them silently. There's no sound coming from the craft, and Barney steps out of the vehicle with his pistol in his pocket and starts moving closer. He uses the binoculars to look into the craft and claims to have seen 8 or 11 humanoid figures looking out of the craft's windows. In unison, all but one of the figures moved towards a door at the back of the room that they were in, or the hallway that they were in, and the one remaining figure continued to look at him and somehow communicated a message telling Barney to stay where you are and keep looking. At that point, red lights on bat-like fins began moving out of the sides of the craft, and a long structure descended from the bottom. And as it began to approach Barney, he was not about to get captured. So he ran. He ran back to the car and was telling Betty that they got to get out of there. They're trying to get us. So they go flying down the road. And this is where things disappear in terms of memory. That all they hear is a beeping sound before falling into a daze. But Betty kind of tells us more about what happens. So I'll talk about, we'll watch that after this one last thing I'll say. So they wake up the next day, not having remembered any of the stuff in between these two little instances, them dazing off and then them waking up, and they're in a city an hour away from where they had begun. So
that's crazy.
That's what they remember. And I will say, we'll get into like the aftermath, but obviously they didn't remember or don't remember as much, but they do hypnosis at some point, and I'll kind of just run that down. But the hypnosis, I think, is important before we watch Betty's perspective, because why does Betty know all this stuff? It's the hypnosis. And also, she's more conscious of the events than her husband was, so. All right, so let me... Yeah, so she kind of... I don't think I have it in this part that I'm showing, but she talks about how she was able to break free from whatever... Is it... Hello? It's on, like, another...
Are you going to stream it to me, too?
Yeah, I am. I was trying to get to the video. There we go. She talks about how she was able to break free from whatever trance she was in, but that Barney wasn't able to as much as she was.
Oh, yeah. There is like 20 seconds left of an ad.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just wait then. And I can make sure that everything's set up right anyways. Oh, yeah, the sound wasn't on, so that would have been really...
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Really unnecessarily scuffy.
Good thing you checked, right?
Yep. Yeah, so this is Betty. Obviously, she's much older in this picture, but she is still fierce. I love the way she answers these questions. And the interviewer is, basing a lot of his questions off of, like, the alien lore that comes from, like, science fiction movies and books and other, like, stereotypical experiences. And she's like, no, that's not what's going on. she's like, I don't even know what any of that is. That's not what happened. So she's very straightforward. Oh, and also before we get into it, I don't know if they talk about it. I did want to show her drawings of what the aliens look like. I have it on here. I do not.
Painting naked aliens that she claims to have sex with.
No. This is what she claims to have seen.
If anybody remembers that from our first Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah. So they're very humanoid. She says that their noses are smaller, their mouths are smaller, but they're still very humanoid. And they're bald.
Interesting.
I think she talks about it in
Okay.
here, but let's see.
Entities, they were your classic alien gray-shaped cat-like. No, they weren't. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I started it right where she was talking about
They
it.
were a form of human being.
Right.
Did they have cat-like or Cheshire-like eyes?
They had larger eyes than ours, smaller nose, and smaller mouth. No protruding part of the ear and no hair.
So
But they're people.
nothing like these classic grays you see your Whitley Strieber's.
I don't
Okay.
know. I've never seen those. I don't know what they're talking about.
Sure. Okay. There was a leader of.
Well, we gave them different names to identify. Now, I don't know if he was the leader or the interpreter, but we called him the leader. And then there was the one who did the testing. We called him the examiner. There were 9 others who stayed out in the corridor, and we called them the crew members.
Okay. So you're on board. What do you remember? What you saw when you entered the craft? Did something must have taken you aback, saying this is amazing, or what type of craft am I inside? Can you describe as to what you collectively remember?
Went in to a corridor, and then I was taken into a room, and I had to step up because the level of the floor was above the corridor, and it was an oval-shaped door like we would see on a ship.
Do you remember at that point? Did they specify what their agenda at that point was? Were you going immediately in for the examination, or
They had taken us strictly to actually, they wanted to find out how we were like them or different from them physically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you feel that you were chosen for this, or you happened to be in the wrong area at the wrong time, or the right area at the right time?
Well, now I figure it was the right time in the right area. But I think I brought it on myself. You know, I'm waving to him and yelling to him, and who are you? And,
Yeah, when she stepped out of the car
You
the
get into
first
the
time, she was
examination
like
room.
yelling
You're
at him.
separated from Barney.
right, he's taken into the second room.
Your examination, and again, all this comes out in later dreams and hypnosis, but
I should also specify that Barney at this point has died. He died pretty young at like 45. So that's why Betty is the one talking about it.
immediately do they remove your clothes and perform? What happens? You'll have to. I'm tainted by all the popular lore of abduction stories. What do they do?
I don't know anything about those stories.
That's good. Well, you're better off.
But I was taken into this first room,
Mm-hmm.
and it was quite bare. There was a small table, there was a stool, and then the wall, there were doors in the wall that would slide back and forth. And they put me on a stool, checked my eyes, ears, nose, throat, my feet, my hands. And then he put me on a table and said they were going to check my nervous system. And they used some kind of equipment to do this. And then he tried to insert a needle-like instrument in my navel, which caused pain. So they stopped doing it. And then the examiner left and went into the room where Barney was.
Mm-hmm. Can you describe what was happening to Barney, what Barney recalled under hypnosis? What was going on at the same time in his examination room?
With Barney, most of the exam was the same as mine, except they were interested in his bone structure. I mean, they were feeling all up and down his spine, his arms and all, basically.
Did Barney recall any struggle akin to the struggle that you had, where you had a torn
because
dress?
they had him under this control.
Okay.
And he was very upsetting to him because he couldn't move.
Mm-hmm. So they had implemented paralysis, some sort of temporary paralysis on Barney to subdue him, whereas to you they gave you a little more leeway as far as you weren't.
Well,
locked.
I was smaller than Barney, so I didn't get such a big dose of paralysis.
So they saw him as more of a fear, perhaps,
He
than
was
you.
bigger than them,
Okay.
taller.
Your examination concludes. Then what happens?
Well, while the examiner is in doing Barney's exam, I started talking with the leader. And I said, I know you're not from this planet. Where are you from? And he showed me a star map. And he explained part of the map to me briefly. And then we just talked about food and different aspects of life here.
So,
Yep.
oh, okay. So that star map that she's talking about, she showed that afterwards. Huh? What did you say?
Oh, I said you were still sharing.
Oh, okay,
but
thanks.
You closed out.
Yeah.
You're good.
Thanks. But yeah, so that star map she talked about at the end, she actually drew that out for investigators, and it turned out to be what I called earlier the Zeta Reticuli incident. That's the group of stars that she drew. They're an actual group of stars.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's why it's called that. And that's what she drew for the investigators, was the star map that the alien life form showed her.
Crazy.
So like she said, she wasn't under as much as Barney was. So Barney had a lot more difficulties in terms of remembering and also understanding what was going on at the time. So after they return from being abducted, they arrive home that morning and they notice some odd sensations. Their watches stopped working and never worked again. Wait.
What? Think about it. How technology was back then versus now.
Yeah.
Like with Apple watches and stuff like that, or like smart watches and like, how would that work? Like, how would alien technology affect human technology?
Yeah.
Vice versa.
Yeah. Their watches just stopped working. And they didn't work again. Yeah.
That's crazy. Sorry, I just thought of it. I was like,
no, I get it.
Imagine
how they interact. Barney also noticed that the leather strap on the binoculars was torn, which he had no recollection of. Betty, for some reason, had the compulsion to keep her luggage near the back door instead of just in the main house. And Barney's shoes were scraped at the toes. He was also compelled to examine his genitals in the bathroom, though nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary there. But that's just something he was compelled to do. They both took super long showers to remove any contaminants, and they both drew pictures of what they remembered. So that picture I showed you was Betty's drawing of it. They tried to retrace their steps, but after the beeping sounds that they heard before they dozed off, everything became incomplete and fragmented. After sleeping for a bit, Betty noticed some additional things. So she talked about it a little bit, but she was at a point of awareness that she could fight back. And so she was fighting back against the aliens, and her dress was torn in several spots because of that. Not that she knew this at the time. She still had no recollection of any of this. But later, we find out that's why. Her dress was torn in several spots. There was also a pink powder on her dress. When she hung it on the clothesline, it blew away, all the pink powder. And she eventually decided she was going to just throw it away because the damage to it was irreparable. But instead, she changed her mind and kept it to be studied. And it eventually was studied by 5 different laboratories for chemicals and forensic evidence and the like, which I didn't see any results from that, but they were tested 5 times. But nothing, either nothing was reported or nothing was on it. We'll see. Or we'll never know, I guess, actually. Another thing that was noticed, the car. So the beeping that they heard was accompanied by something hitting the trunk that they eventually find out caused circles to be embedded onto the car trunk that weren't there before, obviously. And they started experimenting with the compass that they have, and they saw that when they get closer to the trunk, the compass needle stopped working. It started, spinning around instead of pointing north. So that's something that they observed. But regardless, all of this stuff culminated, and on October 21st, Barty made a report to the NICAP investigator Walter Webb, who gave them a 6-hour interview where they told him everything they could remember. And Barney also described having like a mental block, which is as many refer to as, what is it called? Just missing time, I think. In Alien Abductions, it's called missing time. But yeah, so Webb stated that after the interview that he thought they were telling the truth, and the incident probably occurred exactly as reported, except for some minor uncertainties and technicalities that must be tolerated in any such observations where human judgment is involved. So, other than human error, he thought that everything that they were describing was likely true, and so he made his report and he shared it with some of his the other members and investigators of the NICAP, which we'll get to later. But while this is all happening, it's been, days. 10 days after the initial incident, Betty starts having dreams. They're super vivid dreams, and they continue for 5 straight nights.
Oh, shit.
And she mentions them. Yeah, I know. She mentions them to Barney, who is obviously sympathetic, but doesn't really think much of it. And Betty doesn't mention it to him again. But she does write her dreams down. So in November of that year, she starts writing down the details of her dreams. An example of one of the dreams, she and Barney encounter a roadblock and men who surrounded their car. She loses consciousness but struggles to regain it, and then she realizes that she was being forced by 2 small men to walk in a forest at night, and of seeing Barney walking behind her, though when she called to him, he seemed to be in a trance or sleepwalking. The men stood about 5 feet to 5 feet 4 inches tall and wore matching blue uniforms with caps similar to those worn by military cadets. They appeared nearly human, with black hair, dark eyes, prominent noses, and bluish lips. Their skin was a grayish color. She and Barney were taken to their car, where the leader suggested that they wait to watch the craft's departure. They did so, and then resumed their drive home. That's one of the dreams. And then, later in November, the other members of the NICAP that read Webb's an interview decided to interview them again. So they were interviewed by 2 more members, and one of their main questions was about the length of the trip. So they were traveling back from Niagara Falls, and the area that they were traveling from point A to B was supposed to take 4 hours. And the Hills did note that they arrived home later than they anticipated, but they didn't realize just how much later that it was. Overall, they arrived home 7 hours after their departure. So there was a whole 3 hours that were unaccounted for in terms of time.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So the interviewers noticed this discrepancy and were, as they were, ufologists, or a sect of that group, they knew that it was the missing time that often happens with abductees. So they, actually, Betty and Barney, before this interview, they had gone to a lecture or something where an amateur hypnotist was, and they thought that maybe the hypnotist could help them remember the blank spots in their mind, though Barney was a little bit more reluctant about that. But when they asked the amateur hypnotist to help them, he was like, no, you shouldn't have an amateur do this. This is way bigger than like what I should be doing.
Yeah.
Like it's a dangerous game to play. Like you should get a professional.
Props to that person.
Yeah, props to him for real.
Yeah. So
they already had this idea of hypnosis in their mind, and they brought it up during the second interview as well. And the members of the NICAP agreed, and they were able to contact Dr. Benjamin Simon, who was a more professional hypnotist. There we go. So then we get to the hypnosis, like I said earlier, that helps them remember a lot of these things that Betty eventually tells us in that interview. So Barney's hypnosis, through his sessions, he was able to remember that the binocular strap was broken when he ran from the UFO back to his car. He also recalled driving the car away from the UFO, but afterward he felt irresistibly compelled to pull off the road and drive into the woods. He eventually sighted 6 men standing on the dirt road, and he stopped the car as they were, blocking his path, and he began to stare at them and become mesmerized. Under hypnosis, Barney said he said a lot about eyes. One of the things he said, "Oh, those eyes, they're still in my brain. I was told to close my eyes because I saw 2 eyes coming close to mine, and I felt like the eyes had pushed into my eyes. All I see are these eyes. I'm not even afraid that they're not connected to a body. They're just there. They're just up close to me, pressing against my eyes." So, terrifying eyes is what Barney experienced. He also described the beings much like Betty did, though there was no hair like in Betty's dream. And Betty then, like, once she goes under hypnosis, realizes that some parts of her dream were, like, inaccurate. But Barney also says he heard them speaking in a mumbling language that he didn't understand, whereas Betty reported having a full-on conversation with, like she said, they called them, like, the leader, but they don't know if he was actually the leader or just, like, an interpreter. So she spoke to him in English, but Barney didn't have that interaction. But again, she was conscious. Barney was, like, very much not, in terms of. Yeah. So that would make sense with her story, at least. So Betty says that her account, while similar to her 5 dreams about the UFO abduction, there was, like, pretty big differences in terms of description of the aliens and, like, the capture and release part of the dreams. And there was also technology on the craft that was different. The short men differed in physical appearance, and sequential order of abduction differed. So her dreams obviously weren't perfectly accurate to what she thought actually happened, but it was her subconscious kind of bringing things to light, which makes sense. So these memories that Betty and Barney get through hypnotic regression were still consistent with one another's stories. So even though they, like, didn't remember them before, the hypnosis brought out different but similar enough, like, stories to where, like, they thought this could be real. However, the hypnotist, there we go, he concluded that the couple went through a singular psychological aberration, which is, like, I don't really know how to describe it. It's like a shared illusion. Let me see if there's a better way to describe it. A deviation from the norm, especially a temporary unexpected change in behavior, thinking, or mental state. It can suggest a temporary lapse in judgment, a moment of irrationality, or a significant departure from typical mental function. So basically just, like, they had a shared mental deviation. I don't really know how else to describe it.
Yeah.
But regardless, they stuck by their stories and they were still consistent and whatnot. And they also did not seek any, like, fame. Like, when this was all over, they just went back to their regular lives. They only discussed it with their friends and family, and sometimes UFO researchers, but they made no effort to seek publicity or anything like that. It wasn't until years and years later that Betty even got involved in the UFO community. After Barney died from a hemorrhage in 1969 at the age of 46, Betty went on to become more involved in the UFO community and somewhat of a celebrity there. But they never seeked. They never seeked. I don't know what the past tense for that word is. I'm so bad at past tense. But they never sought out any publicity for this. Even after Barney's death, she wasn't seeking publicity. She was just getting involved with the UFO community. But yeah, so it's a lot different from the second sighting I have. This one is like no publicity. I mean, eventually, yes, there was books made about them. There were movies made about them, but that wasn't their initiative. That was other people coming to them and asking if they could, like, write about their story. And Betty, this was also after Barney died, so Betty was the one to help, like, give out the information and all of that. And then Betty did eventually die at age 85, but she never remarried. She was with Barney till the end. They really did love each other, and they were so in love, and they were a strong couple, an interracial couple during a really hard time to be interracial. And they also went through an abduction. Whether it was real or not, they both seemingly had, like, real experiences with it. So, I mean, they pushed through. Unfortunately, Barney died, like, pretty early on, like 8 years after the initial encounter, which is really sad. But overall, they had a really good marriage. Betty went on to give out all of her experience and talk about it with people in the UFO community. So I loved her interview. I thought she was
kids?
So
Did
good.
They have kids?
No, I don't think so. Barney had kids previously. He was married previously. He had kids with his previous wife. I don't believe he had kids with Betty.
Okay.
They did have a dog. Oh, also there's a sign that where they got abducted that, like, has the Betty and Barney Hill incident. So it has, like, a little. Oh yeah, and then they filed an official Air Force Project Blue Book report of a brightly lit cigar-shaped craft the next day.
Interesting.
Yeah, but they weren't public with their story until it was leaked in 1965.
I feel like Project Blue Book, from my understanding, I definitely feel like they hid a lot more.
Yeah.
Like, they played it off as, like, nothing came out of anything, but I definitely feel like they hid a lot more than what they said.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
That's the vibes I get, at least.
For real. Agreed. Yeah, Betty and Barney, never had heard of them, but they're pretty popular within the UFO community. Like, they're a pretty big sighting. And yeah, I think the fact that they didn't seek any publicity gives me a bit more, like, belief in what they experienced, you know? Just because, like, we live in an age where, like, everybody's trying to get, like, clout for something, you know? And that does happen a lot in, like, UFO sightings as well. Especially with the one I'll talk about next. That one's wild.
Okay.
Now Lila's gonna talk about the Soviets.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the USSR, the Soviets. Hold up, let me get to the right doc here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so going back to the declassified CIA documents, there's like, 13 or so on the Soviet Union. It is crazy. So I'm gonna be upfront with all of you right now. I did not get through all of them. I did not get through all of them. Some of the information I gathered was from other sources, but I think I will dive into a little bit of what's in the documents. Oh, fuck, that one's long. A little bit of the documents. Some are very short and some are very long. And the ones that are very short, over half of the document is, like, redacted. So it's like, they're still not telling us, like, a lot. You know what I mean? And some of them are hard to read, too. That's how they get you. They get you. Okay, let me scroll. Okay. So, the Soviet Union. We're going back to the Cold War times, right? Obviously, America did have CIA agents in the Soviet Union because of the Cold War and shit. And actually, they were studying, some were studying the UFO sightings and information that popped up in the Soviet Union. So, getting into it, there's quite a few, actually a lot. And again, there's a lot of docs, so that shouldn't be a surprise that there's a lot. Some of these, I would say the CIA is kind of like iffy on, and then some of it a bit more plausible, you know what I mean? So Soviet sightings of UFOs run as long as sightings in America, obviously, but a lot of Soviet citizens didn't know. Because, again, you have to think about, like, the time. They were very heavy on, what's the word? They were heavy on, like, propaganda, and they were heavy on, like, the control of what's being broadcasted in papers and radio and stuff in regards to, like, was the Soviet Union a country? Is that a stupid question?
Yeah, it was a country.
Okay, I was gonna say it was like multiple, right? Like in what? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna ignore that I said that. So yeah, there were a lot of people who didn't really know, because it wasn't broadcasted, because they tried to keep it in the dark, like they tried to keep a lot of people in the dark about stuff. So there were a lot of cases that were dramatized, you know, but there were some like there were some real ones that did catch the attention of the CIA, of the spies that were located there. One, on January 29th, 1986, at 7:55 p.m., this event occurred on Hill 611 near the village. Oh fuck, this is where it's gonna get. I'm gonna fuck up pronunciations for places like no other. A village of Dalingorsk in Primorsky Krai. This small mining town is so it's a small mining town. But of like, you know, a small mining town that didn't really have a lot going on, whatever. But after this, it kind of became important. That evening, multiple villagers observed a reddish spear flying into the town from the southeast. The object flew making no noise, and it was like a nearly perfect sphere of red, like a rusty red. It got close enough for people to observe that the outer skin of this craft didn't have like a blemish. So, like smooth and had no obvious controlled surfaces of propulsion, which is interesting. And it did hover for a while, up and down over the village, and it moved at a relatively slow pace. As it ascended, it would grow brighter before dimming as it descended. Suddenly, the object appeared to be, in distress. All the witnesses interviewed later by the Soviet authorities recalled how the object jerked or jumped suddenly, then fell like a rock straight down onto Hill 611. Witnesses heard a dull thud as it impacted and then began to burn intensely for an hour. Sounds like to me somebody didn't know how to drive it. Sorry. Oh god. An individual heard... I just can't pronounce the name, guys. I can't even. Sorry. Heard of the Far Eastern Committee of Anomalies, phenomenon. Sero, I'm sending you a word.
Okay.
Because I feel like I just said it wrong. I feel like a dummy. It's
Phenomena.
Okay. So this person is the head of the Far Eastern Committee of Anomalous Phenomena. He arrived at the site 2 days after the crash. He noticed that despite everything being covered in deep snow, the site of the crash was completely devoid of, snow, allowing him to observe the rocks, it was like a splintered rock, which could have only occurred from extreme temperatures. The rocks were also smoky looking, as if they had been exposed to intense heat. However, the doctor also found physical evidence of the craft all over the site and embedded in the rocks themselves. He discovered silvery pieces of metal. Some were fragments, but a large amount had formed into, droplets, almost as if they had been, sprayed all over the area. And that detail became significant after the fall of the Iron Curtain, when Western ufologists would compare notes with their Eastern counterparts. Witnesses had very often reported seeing flying orbs which seemed to spray metal while showing signs of some kind of distress. At the edge of the crash site was a tree stump that had severely been burned, and it emitted a strange chemical smell. Now, the physical remains were examined at the Omsk branch of the Academy of Sciences, who made a shocking discovery. Some of the fragments had formed into what appears to be small nets, and when these were when they were examined, it was discovered that they were made up of very thin threads, 17 micrometers in width, and each thread consisted of even thinner fibers that were sorry, got lost there for a second. Of even thinner fibers, and intertwined with the fibers were thin, solid gold wires. And this technology replicates this delicate nano construction that hadn't appeared on Earth for decades. At least not in, like, human hands. The fragments which had been formed into iron balls were also under a bunch of tests. And each ball consists of iron with various levels of aluminum, magnesium, nickel, tungsten, cobalt, and chromium? Did I say that right? Chromium?
Sounds like it.
Yeah. This seemed to rule out a natural creation, and the object just being a very particular meteorite. Rather, so instead of it being like a meteorite, it mostly confirmed that the object was built from heterogeneous alloys.
Okay.
When the balls were melted in this, like, vacuum chamber, because they did a lot of tests on this stuff, the Soviet scientists. When the balls were melted into a vacuum chamber, they reacted in various ways. One base, they would melt, and the sphere, like, spread out as expected. But on another one, it formed into a smaller ball with convex glass-like structures. But the melting the remains revealed yet another mystery. Gold, silver, and nickel would disappear from the balls and be replaced with molybdenum? I'm not.
Yes.
I never did well with chemistry, guys. Did you see it? I sent it to you.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Molybdenum?
Molybdenum? Molybdenum? Molybdenum is how I would say it. Molybdenum.
Yeah, that. Now I lost my place. Hold up. Where did that word go? You would think with a word like that I'd be able to find my place very easily. But no. No. Smaller balls, glass-like structures, melting remains. Oh, and replaced with, despite not being present in the sanitized chest before. Oh, shit! I, like, cut it instead of copying it. That's why. Fuck. My bad. So this chemical or whatever that Sero just pronounced for us,
Yes.
it wasn't present before, but after the melting of this, basically the gold, silver, and nickel disappeared from the ball, and it was replaced by this. And this, like, chemical or element, I should say, wasn't present before, like, the testing began. So basically it, like, turned into that. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
The metallic remains would confuse Soviet scientists. Yeah, that is pretty confusing, as they only produced more questions than answers. The only thing that they were able to identify was ashes discovered on the site belonging to a biological being. It could have been, like, this is a theory, that the ashes belonged to an animal caught under the crash, or that they belonged to, like, the operator of a mysterious UFO. The intense heat made an attempt at identification impossible. So because of how intense the heat was, they weren't able to, like, figure out what that was. The trajectory, as reported by witnesses, happens to coincide with a flight path taken by rockets launched by China. China's... What's the X sound make again? What's the X make? What sound?
She, like the SH sound, I think.
By Shishang Cosmodrome. So rockets launched by this person. However, investigators weren't able to verify if the launches had taken place in January from the complex, and the Chinese were not forthcoming with any information. So there is a possibility this could have been from Chinese, like, rockets, I guess, but China wasn't very forthcoming with anything. And there's no, like, it's just a hypothesis.
Yeah.
The Chinese, so yeah, China, oh my gosh, sorry. Chinese were not forthcoming with any answers, likely looking to keep their space program as secret as possible. However, the investigation revealed something very startling. Soviet citizens had not been the first to spot this mysterious object. The Chinese had already observed it in their own territory. What? So just days prior to the crash,
how like involved China is with alien like investigation.
Yeah,
they're really involved.
They're like tight-lipped. Yeah, and they're like tight-lipped too about everything. Huh? Actually, one of the documents, one of the declassified documents is like this report between China and Russia.
Oh yeah.
Which is interesting. But hold on, I'm slouching. I need to sit back up. Ugh. Ugh. Beautiful noises for you of me being an old man and getting comfy again.
Yes,
I get
sense.
That. There's a lot of people in China, a lot of possible witnesses. Oh,
yeah,
China. So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
Angie.
True.
So, days prior to the crash, witnesses close to the Chicheng Cosmodor rocket thing that I just talked about reported a similar red spear on January 25th, which is like weird because you would think if they're close to that space project, they wouldn't confuse the rockets for this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But according to witnesses, the object appeared to simply hover, almost as if observing the cosmodrome directly, and after half an hour disappeared. The Chinese sighting wasn't the only clue that the object had traveled great distances, though. There was physical evidence. Examination of the soil at the crash site revealed small pieces of light gray colored soil, but only in the area where the object was presumed to have made direct contact before exploding and mostly disintegrating. Put under like a spectroscope analysis, the light gray soil was matched with soil from another area in Russia, thousands of miles away. The soil matched turfs from the area of Yaroslavl, northeast of Moscow, containing characteristic elements found there and not in the Dalingrosk area. Whatever had crashed there, it was obvious that somebody came looking for it, though. So 8 days after the crash on Hill 611, at 8:30 p.m. on February 18th, 1986, so like 8 days after this big crash, eyewitnesses once more reported strange objects in the sky. This time, 2 yellowish spears flew into the town from the north. The spears seemed to be looking for something and made their way directly to the crash site. Once there, they circled the crash site and then turned to the north and flew back the way they came. To this day, nobody knows, but the reports of flying spears exactly mirror similar reports from all the way across the ocean in the US. And the following year, whoever had visited the sleeping the mining town returned in force. So now we're jumping to November 28th, 1987, 11:24 p.m. Reports of flying spears flooded a local military base. Terrified villagers report seeing as many as 32 flying objects, which spread out over 12 different nearby villages. Alarmed Soviet military personnel quickly made their way to the nearest villages and observed the strange flying lights for themselves. Before the night was over, hundreds of civilians and military personnel witnessed to one of the largest UFO sightings in history. The objects appeared specifically interested in that Dalingorsk area, and 13 of them broke away and flew directly to the mining village. What's up with the mining village, guys?
Oh.
Once there, 3 of them hovered stationary over the village, while 5 seemed to illuminate the nearby mountain and crash site. Oh, that crash site. They appeared to move with no propulsion or anything and made no noise, hovering at the varying altitudes between 150 and 800 meters. As the lights flew over homes, people reported disturbances of their electrical equipment. Ministry of Internal Affairs officers would later testify that they observed multiple objects at 11:30 p.m. One object flew towards them from the direction of the Gorley settlement, leaving a fiery flame behind it. At the head of the flame was this opaque spear, and within that spear was another smaller red spear. At the local quarry, eyewitnesses observed a large cylinder object the size of a 5-story building flying directly towards them. 5 stories?
5 stories?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's big.
5
man.
stories.
Why? How would
the object was around?
Everyone would see that.
Yeah,
bitch.
I know. Yeah, the object was around 200 or 300 meters, with the front lit up like burning metal. Terrified that the object was going to crash into them, many fled for shelter. The quarry manager observed the object moving at an altitude of about 300 meters. It was, get this, large and cigar-shaped.
Ooh, cigar-shaped.
Yup. This description was also precisely fit that given by American and Western European witnesses of similar objects,
including Barney and Betty.
Yup. The object appeared to fly without the aid of wings and, again, no, noticeable propulsion. And again, making no noise. It flew over the quarry. Nearby, a kindergarten teacher observed a dark metallic-looking elongated object as she estimated at 10 to 12 meters long. This object appeared to be in front of a bright, blinding spear of light that hovered noiselessly at the height of a 9-story building. The object hovered over a school and shot a half-meter wide violet-blue ray down at the ground in front of the school. Can you imagine being a kid at that school being like, what the fuck is going on?
No.
The teacher remarked that objects caught in the ray did not create shadows, as would be expected if they were being illuminated from above. The object then departed the school and moved to a nearby mountain. According to the teacher, the objects appeared to be searching for something, emitting a reddish projector-like light onto the mountain. Damn! They were, really looking for something from that first UFO that just fucked up its job and, crashed. Finally, the object simply departed by the flying mountain and out of sight. The crash and subsequent UFO invasion of Dalingorsk would remain secrets for years, but once it made its way to the west, the similarities between this event and multiple similar events in the US would convince researchers that American and Soviets were both observing the same mysterious phenomenons.
Ooh.
Cigar-shaped objects and mysterious balls of light are a commonly reported type of UFO in the US for decades, and multiple eyewitnesses have reported that they thought they were malfunctioning in the air, or a spacecraft of some kind which bobbed up and down as reported by the Dallas I keep saying that name different ways, my bad. Witnesses while emitting a shower that appeared to be like a molten metal. Some of the craft described by those witnesses bear a strong resemblance to the infamous US Navy Tic Tac video, which I don't actually know what this video is. Filmed by fighter pilots intercepting an unidentified aircraft over the Pacific Ocean. But this isn't the only parallel between American and Soviet UFO sightings, because while America has Roswell, the Soviets had their own close encounter with alien beings, and their encounter had more and better witnesses than Roswell. Quote, "It is not a joke nor a hoax, nor a sign of mental instability." If it was a sign of mental instability, there would be something in that water, because that whole area would be fucked up.
Yeah.
Nor an attempt to drum up local tourism by drawing the curious. So said the Soviet State Press Agency discussing a UFO close encounter in 1989. So this was the Soviet State Press Agency.
Oh.
And again, the Soviets, they were very what's the word? Protective over information that they shared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can't think of another word besides protective.
Cautious.
Yeah. According to official report, 2 boys and a girl from a local school were playing in a park on the evening of September 27th. So this is another thing, because we've gone from November, we're going back to September 27th. Right, I said September. Fuck, I just lost my place. Hold on a second. There's a lot here. Nope. Okay, yeah. At approximately 6:30, the children observed something pink shining in the sky, followed by a ball of deep red colors. They estimated at 9 meters in diameter. A small crowd gathered as the ball seemed to land, and a hatch opened in the lower part of the ball. From within the ball, 3 aliens with 3 eyes each exited, standing nearly 3 meters tall. The aliens seemed to have a robot companion with them, which they activated with a touch. As the crowd watched in awe, the aliens seemed to communicate with each other, ignoring the onlookers, until a young boy screamed in terror. Suddenly, one of the aliens locked his 3 eyes on the child, and that caused the child to become temporarily paralyzed. The 3 aliens then they re-entered their UFO vehicle, whatever, but quickly re-emerged with one carrying what the crowd thought was a gun of some kind. The alien aimed the tube at the 16-year-old boy, who then suddenly vanished, only to reappear after the aliens re-entered their craft to depart. The story was met with both ridicule and serious investigation, as as is typical with UFO reports. To this day, a film crew failed to find any eyewitnesses to the aliens except for the children. However, they did speak with a local police sheriff who confirmed one important detail of the account. He too had seen a large, silently flying craft shortly before the alleged landing took place. Now, soil analysis did find high concentrations of radioactive isotopes in the area, but again, this is inconclusive because of the Chernobyl disaster. So it wasn't uncommon to find concentrated radioactive isotopes. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one specific September 27th, like, alien thing. It's a bit up in the air because it was children, you know? However, what's curious is that if it was a hoax, the children just so happened to pick a landing spot with said highly concentrated isotopes, which would require analysis in a lab to even identify. When the children were separated into different rooms by investigators, they all drew nearly the exact same craft from memory. The craft was also said to leave behind... Yeah! It left behind a mysterious X-shaped sign in the sky as it took off, mirroring other UFO encounters reported in the United States. So you have to remember, the USSR and the United States hated each other. So, like, the fact that, like, similar stuff was happening in the United States and these two places hated each other, like, they weren't just gossiping about, like, hey, like, this, and this happened. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna say, like, that happened too. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, like, again, I feel like this one particular UFO sighting, it's hit or miss. Again, it was kids. There are a lot of interesting facts, or, like, you could say coincidences, but I feel like this one isn't as strong as some of the others. Like, the one we talked about before, I feel like had a lot stronger.
Yeah.
But anyway, an American magazine in 1976, Saga, given the strict censorship of the Soviet Union in the 1970s... Oh, I just totally fucked that up. So that last one...
Yeah.
The craft said to leave behind a mysterious X-shaped sign in the sky as it took off, mirroring the UFO encounters reported in the United States. Those UFO encounters are reported in the United States were reported in a magazine called Saga in 1976. Okay, anyway. Next one. So given the strict censorship of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, like I just kind of talked about, it would be hard for, like, just a regular police chief and children to see a magazine like that and see other encounters from the US, and be like, oh yeah, like, that happened here too, whoa. So, yeah, good. Okay. Give me a second. The U.S. Air Force and Navy took the recommendations so seriously that they immediately instituted new guidelines for reporting UFOs, ending the infamous century-long culture of ridicule that silenced witnesses even amongst America's most elite military units. Soviet pilots, however, were long reporting UFOs, and on occasion even being killed by them, while on a routine flight over the city of Borisov? Two Soviet fighters spotted a large flying disc near the city. The disc seemed to have 5 beams of light emitting from it. 2 were directed upwards into the sky and 3 were pointed down at the ground. Ground control instructed the patrol to fly for a closer look. An act that would... did not work out for the pilots. Let's just leave it at that. On approach, the disc suddenly flew up to match the speed and level with the lead Soviet fighter. Suddenly, it aimed one of its beams directly at the plane, filling the cockpit with a blinding light. The co-pilot at the controls and flight logs recorded him reporting a bright ray of light entering the cockpit and projecting a spot about 20 centimeters in diameter. This ray of light swept across the cockpit and directly through the pilot's body, with both pilot and co-pilot reporting extreme heat. The plane broke off and returned to the base immediately. Shortly afterwards, the co-pilot's health immediately deteriorated with frequent fainting spells that forced him into retirement. The aircraft commander died within a few months of the incident, with the cause of death listed as cancer to kind of, I feel like, match up with your, what are they called? Microwave,
radiation,
radioactive
radio
waves or whatever.
waves,
Yeah, radiation. Yeah. And that wouldn't be the only report of a USO shooting beams of light. Okay, we're gonna get into declassified stuff here. Give me a second. I need to reposition again. Okay. Oh shit, did not mean to do that. Okay. So a declassified CIA report notes an encounter with hundreds of eyewitnesses, including Major V. Loginvo, a major outside the city of Omsk. In his own official report, the major states that he and the eyewitnesses spotted a strange object in the sky, which radar could not pick up. The object passed overhead at an altitude of several kilometers, revealing a shining sphere 1.5 times as large as the current full moon. The object was casting for very bright beams of light, sometimes parallel to the ground and sometimes at an angle. The UFO hovered over a civilian airport for 5 minutes and even descended a bit. Suddenly, the beams of light disappeared and a whirling plume trail appeared around the shining sphere with extraordinary bursts of speed, and the object took off to the east. Pilots from a second nearby airport reported seeing the object, but being unable to pick it up on the radars. Immediately relaying the sighting up the chain of command. Within 5 minutes, other military personnel reported having the same object under visual observation. Given the time and distance, the object appeared and have traveled 600 kilometers at a speed of about 7,000 kilometers an hour. I don't know what that is in miles, guys. My bad. UFO sightings were so frequent in the Soviet Union that the declassified CIA reports also notes a meeting of 100 Soviet scientists from various disciplines all meeting together to discuss their dramatic uptick in UFO sightings in the 70s and 80s. It's not known. It's now known that some UFO reports inside the Soviet Union were highly secretive U.S. air and space crafts.
That's
crazy?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Spies.
Hey, maybe that backs up Dr. Leon Davidson's theory that the CIA is behind it all. Other sightings were misattributed to everything from secret rocket launches to failed rockets or simply spent rocket stages, like with China. Excuse me, I don't know if you heard that burp. Sorry, guys. However, just like multiple American UFO investigations would reveal that still left a significant percent of sightings that simply could not be explained. More disturbing reports from Soviet nuclear facilities and unidentified crafts that perfectly mirror similar reports from the United States in the same time period. One high-profile encounter of a UFO nearly started World War III, allegedly, apparently. So Colonial, is that what it is? Colonial Boris yeah, spoke with Colonel Boris spoke with Western UFO investigators after the fall of the Soviet Union. So we're at the fall of the Soviet Union now, guys. Reporting that on the night of October 4th, 1982, there was a breach of airspace over a nuclear weapons site in Ukraine. The Boris here, who was working at the Kremlin at the time, described receiving alarmed reports from the facility, whose operators informed him their launch panels and had suddenly activated all on their own, something which should have been impossible. For 4 hours, the entire facility watched a hovering UFO as it loitered directly overhead. While hovering, the control panels, which could launch the nuclear weapons, store... What's going on? Sorry, I got distracted by VTube Studio. I keep seeing your ear pop up randomly.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I was moving the headband. Maybe I moved
Oh,
the ear.
I was like, I just see your ear floating around in space, and that's it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
It's
I
not
got
floating
so distracted.
now, right?
I'm sorry, guys. No, it's
okay.
not.
Okay, I attached it. I reattached it. Yeah, I was moving the headband so that it looked better.
Sorry, guys. I just got super distracted by that. Okay. Oh yeah, the.
Yeah, my ear
Sero's
is a
ear is a UFO.
It is.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, for 4 hours, the entire facility watched a hovering UFO as it was hovering directly overhead. While it hovered, the control panels, which could launch the nuclear weapons, suddenly came to life. Something which could have only happened with the input of the proper launch codes. How scary is that? The incident sparked a 10-year investigation by Soviets into the UFO phenomenon, which they kept under wraps until the end of the Cold War. The event closely mirrors a similar incident at a U.S. nuclear facility. At a U.S. facility Air Force Base. When security personally observed a UFO... when security personnel observed a UFO which hovered over the silos holding America's nuclear-tipped missiles. Which, okay, side note, before I get more into that, my mind is like... two different things me thinking right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go with the idea of UFOs not being real, then intelligence, just like the CIA had agents in the USSR,
the Soviet, yeah.
USSR had agents in America. That, the agents or whatever, they were copying.
Yeah.
Russia, or, the Soviets were copying America.
Mm-hmm.
That's one theory. But if truly this was all going on at the same time, like it says in documents, then that's a pretty big coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah. It sure is.
According to witnesses, the missiles briefly became active and went into a launch state. This was in America. Despite having received no such authorization or command. The UFO reports around the Soviet nuclear facilities remain very difficult to verify, but the Soviet Union had a plethora of otherworldly sightings, which only grew in number as the Cold War dragged on. At 4:05 a.m. on September 20th, 1997, a group of dock workers in Petrovskaya in a place, witnessed a blinding light on the horizon from the direction of Lake Onega. The light approached the city before shifting into a shape of like a glimmering jellyfish, whom, according to eyewitnesses, began to hover over the city and shoot beams of light down into the city. The dock workers were terrified, concerned that their nation was under attack, and it being like the Cold War, obviously paranoia over nuclear conflict was really high. After 12 minutes of shooting beams of light, the UFO transformed once more into a bright semicircle and shot back off into the direction it came. Suddenly, it veered upwards and went through the clouds, leaving a burning red hole where it had passed, then quickly dissipated. Later that morning, the witnesses would come forward and the list would grow from initial dock workers to police officers, sailors, ambulance crew, and a reporter for the state news agency. Under pressure to prevent an all-out alarm, the reporter would post a story 3 days later calling the phenomenon strange and natural. The object left no... That sounds like something that they would do to cover that up. The object left no physical evidence behind. Besides for a photograph allegedly taken of the objects by a witness. However, given the veil of secrecy in the Soviet Union at the time, the photographer had been impossible to verify. Neighboring local governments became so alarmed by the incident they demanded an answer from leadership. When they were unable to provide a satisfying response, the event was taken to the Academy of Sciences, where the Soviet Union's most prolific scientific minds worked. They couldn't come up with an explanation, but after doing some research concluded that the UFO phenomenon was very real and required more investigation. The Academy's secret investigation started a year later and ran all the way until the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was unofficially known as the Network, and it was a government-backed investigation that ran for 13 years and had one goal: scientifically understand the UFO phenomenon. The network enjoyed the support of 20 different organizations staffed by specialists in physics, chemistry, optics, and spectroscopy. The initial investigation was kept top secret for two reasons. It would either verify the existence of extraterrestrial life, or the findings could have some form of defense value. The network also had to coordinate its investigation with the Defense Ministry, a task which created conflict. When scientists working for the network found a mystery needing scientific investigation, the Defense Ministry simply saw a threat or potential enemy. Thus, the two sides had vastly different approaches to the UFO investigation. Even so, the two sides worked together to gather UFO data. The network gathered reports from scientific institutes and Soviet citizens, while the Defense Ministry gathered them from within the Soviet military. Spurred on by repeated violations of their airspace by very advanced American aircrafts, first the U-2 and then the Blackbird spy aircraft. Man, I feel like we need Enzo.
I know.
Soviet soldiers were under strict orders to report all the mysterious phenomenon, especially if it interfered with the equipment. This was in stark contrast to the U.S., where a culture of ridicule had sprung up both in the military and civilian sectors, despite multiple ongoing secret investigations by the Department of Defense. The network would go on to investigate 3,000 UFO reports, debunking all but 300 of them, which they had no explanation for. 300 of the 3,000, no explanation for. These results mirrored the U.S. Air Force's Project Blue Book effort and the latest investigation into the UAPs by the Department of Defense. Doesn't UAP, it stands for Unidentified Air...
Unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Yeah. By the Department of Defense. This debunking work was critical for the understanding of what was a real UFO and what wasn't. Even when the Soviet Union's secrecy made such work difficult, the Petrozavodsk event, for instance, would be solved by an American engineer working for NASA who put together pieces missed by the Soviets. Using NASA's Satellite Tracking Center, he discovered that the Soviets had launched an object from their top-secret Cosmodor and nearby Pilsk at 3:58 a.m., just minutes before the sighting. However, that doesn't explain the motion witnessed and attested by many observers. Rockets can only go up, even if they do so at a very diagonal angle. So, like, the up and down, they can't do that. Can't hover. Can't lose or gain altitude at will. So that just leads to questions like, could the UFO have been a response to top secret launch minutes before? Was it a case of bad eyewitnesses? Everybody was a bad eyewitness.
Eye killer.
Killer! Killer! Oh my gosh! Hi!
We love it when Lila peeks the mic.
Killer!
Welcome back.
I missed you.
Killer just got back from deployment, Lila.
Does that mean Killer's gonna read about dragon sex? I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably. And also is gonna play zombies with me! Yay! Also, I need you to pick different songs. We'll talk about that later. Alright, go on, Lila. Yes, Dragon Sex's next book. Okay.
You know, we might never know the truth, but, the fact that... God. The UFOs, man. The UFOs. The government! The conspiracies, the military! This was during the Cold War! Like, ugh. This blows my mind. And it's like, okay, hold on. Let me read something from one of these declassified documents here, okay? Sorry, there's so many documents here. Article under Believe It or Not rubric. Let me see. The Beijing, Russia. Ukraine Academy. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. So just little tidbits that were kind of mentioned throughout. We do have one declassified document from the CIA, and it is a Beijing China radio in Russian. So it's like Beijing China Radio International, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the program summary is Beijing Russian 221900, okay? It does go through a bunch of different like random shit, which I feel like some of these documents do have a bunch of random shit, which again, I'll get into later. But at the end, it does have let's see. Mailbox on recent UFO sightings. And that went on, that like subject went on for 3.5 minutes. Then after that, it says mailbox on Russian village in China, which was 4 minutes. So I don't know. It's like there's, like I said, there's a bunch of random shit on here. This one was just a list, like numbered different points that were talked about on this radio channel, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But again, China, Russia, that whole UFO sighting thing in both areas, yeah. Because again, China was hush hush on all their shit that was going on during that time. Let me exit out of that one. I have so many documents open. Another one of those. Not China though. This was Moscow. And it was the evening edition. Bunch of random stuff. Again. But then at the end here, it's always at the end. It's always at the end. It says, Vadim. Okay, I'm done with these Russian names and words, okay? I don't know. Sharon Brove? Article under Believe It or Not rubric highlighting recent investigations of UFO routes and landing sites. Page 6 for attention. And there is redacted information there. Don't know what the fuck it says, obviously. But yeah. So that was another document. There are actually quite a few really long documents that are easy to read, because some of these documents are really hard to read. Ooh, this one has a picture. Oh my god, this one has a picture. Hold up, let me send this to you.
Okay.
This is a drawing. Trajectory of fireball noticed, and then some language I don't know. Let me just unredact it real quick. Please do. Central Intelligence Agency. I want to just send this picture. Hold on. I'm gonna take a snapshot real quick, because yeah.
Screenshot.
And send it to you.
Okay. Waiting.
Okay. Sending it to you.
Okay.
I didn't go all the way down in this document. I didn't realize there was a drawing. I wish you could like turn it. It's like sideways. I don't like it.
I can rotate it on stream.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. So yeah, this is like an actual picture diagram. In the Declassified CIA doc. There is a bunch of redacted information at the beginning of the document. And then the information underneath of it's actually really hard to read. It's like very, looks like if somebody was writing in ink and it just like fucking smears together. That's what it looks like.
Oh.
I can like make out certain words, but not everything.
Yeah, drawing.
So
drawing.
Yeah.
With an L.
Yeah, drawing. Jeez, killer, don't you know? During the period from blank to May to September 1947. The three light, I'm guessing light phenomenon happening at intervals of about 15 minutes were seen almost overnight. Overnight to noon? maybe? God, I'm telling you guys, this is like, just look at the documents yourself. I gave you the link. And to about 9 and 10 p.m. local time. The phenomenon were watched from the PJ camp? The FJ camp? TJ camp? What fucking camp is this? PJ? FJ? I don't know. In Fuck me, I don't know. Sorry. About 50 kilometers southwest of Trent? SSR in an eastern southeasterly direction. I am so sorry. A darkened ball of fire was first seen. After about 6 seconds, it reached the apex of a long drawn-out trajectory. During this time, the ball had developed a trail of fire. Its color, which was bright red at the apex point, had developed... I just repeated myself, I'm sorry. Its color, which was bright red at the apex point, changed in color from pale green to white. Smoke trails, noises, or detonations were not noticed. The distance of the trajectory from the point of observation was estimated at 60 to 80 kilometers. The trajectory ran approximately from southwest to northeast. Its length to the apex, which was from 5,000 to 12,000 meters high, estimating at about 80 kilometers. At the apex, ball of fire seemed about 1/5 of the full moon. Oh, diameter of the full moon. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a normal asteroid, kinda? Yeah. But why is it in the CIA document? I don't know. I'm sorry. It is in the CIA documents. There is a hella long document about Ukraine and their Academy of Science, which I brought up. The Academy of Science, because the CIA do CIA stuff. Yeah, that's true. So the Ukraine Academy of Science that I did talk about previously, there's a whole long document of that. Some of it is redacted, but actually this one has a lot that is not redacted. There's also a document from the Deputy Minister of Defense called UFO Sightings, number 3. And it's an interview. So, leading Soviet newspapers have increased their reporting on UFO sightings in recent months. One particular highlight was a lengthy interview with Soviet Deputy Minister of Defense Ivan Terkiak in the November 9th, whatever Gazette, I'm sorry, a large weekly newspaper with national circulation. The deputy, who also holds the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Air Defense Forces and General of the Army, confirmed that fighter interceptors had encountered unidentified flying objects in Soviet airspace. He said that one of the pilots in the optical and thermal signal from it had been detected on the pilot's target screens, although some stealth-like capacity prevented the recording of the radar signals. The columnist moraz. So it's like, you know how like authors will sometimes do like a letter and then like dot and then their name or last name or something. That's what this is like. It's O dot and then the last name.
Okay.
So the columnist asked the deputy if the air defense forces regarded the flight of UFO in Soviet airspace as a violation of the sovereignty of the USSR. And he replied that it is premature to see the UFOs as a threat to Soviet security or sovereignty because although the pilot reports indicated the UFOs appeared to be of artificial origin, their real nature has not yet been determined. Observing that most previous UFO sightings had been explained as natural phenomenon or as misinterpretation of optical phenomenon associated with rocket launches or the artificial debris that is congested space near Earth. He added many of the phenomena taken for UFOs are caused by the penetration of cosmic rays through ozone holes which are formed during rocket launches. He revealed that the military knew some of the famous UFO sightings in the late 1970s could have been explained by making the effects public knowledge, but that for security reasons nothing was written about this at the time. The general also replied that negatively when asked whether the air defense forces had detected any of the UFOs cited in 5 recent cases of mass observation. So, he did not like that. As an example of a case of mass observation of a UFO, in this case by the air defense forces, he cited an unidentified flying vehicle apparent that was reported by High Chief of Staff why can I never get this word right? Colonel General
there we go.
Maltiziv. Why can't I get Colonel?
Because it doesn't look like Colonel.
Thank you for
it doesn't look like
making me feel seen.
Yeah, it doesn't
Thank
look
you for
like
making me feel seen.
What it sounds like. Yeah.
Somebody fix this. Somebody fix this. It bugs me. No. In March 1990, 22nd May, USSR UFO sightings number 2, General Maltis comments that the deputy stated that one particular UFO had been photographed, and optical and thermal... Ooh, this is like what I just talked about. Had been photographed and optical and thermal signals from it had shown up on the target screens of the interceptors, in the words of the deputy, for quite a long time. From 2000 to 2330 in the region northeast of Moscow. 2 pulsating lights were observed in the sky, moving as if they were fixed in a position in relation to each other, like the side lights of an airplane. That was not an airplane. We have written testimony from eyewitnesses and photographs. Some observers were even convinced that the speed of the object depended on the frequency of the pulsation of the lights. He continued to note that although the object could be observed on a radar screen and photographed, it could not be registered by the onboard radar recording equipment. He explained that the 3 signals which come in from a target show up on the screen of the site, and then it just continues to go on and talk about that sighting. It's I don't want to read through the whole document, I'm sorry, but it is a really interesting read. That one actually had very little, that interview with that person, it had very little redacted from it. Just like the article about the Academy of Sciences that was talked about also has very little redacted from it. Like I said before, some of this some of these documents like are very hard to read.
Yeah.
Or most of it's redacted. Let me see. I was trying to see if there was something. Okay, no. This one's heavily redacted. There's like one document that literally only has like a couple sentences that weren't redacted. Oh yeah, here's another one where it's like heavily redacted. There's only one paragraph and it's so hard to read. Another Soviet who was a member of a committee the USSR had established an investigation unusual phenomena in other worlds, flying saucers, gave a serious talk which was actually very something. Its approach was, well, of course, we know there isn't anything to this alleged phenomenon, but on the other hand, which was quoted, during this talk, redacted and other Soviet something and something and something obviously did not take the speakers remotely seriously. Redacted, investigated later to redacted, and yeah, so obviously there's still stuff the government doesn't want us to know, people.
Always.
Oh, there's another picture. Yeah, I definitely recommend looking at these documents. They're so cool. So, yeah, that's
Soviet Union?
the Soviets. There was a lot there. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I have to pee so bad.
Alright, go ahead. Go pee.
Okay.
Alright, guys. We got my sighting, the second one, and then Lila's gonna talk about other things, I think, before we are done. We'll see. So, my second sighting is related to my first sighting, kind of, but this sighting that I'm going to talk about is definitely... I just realized my fan's been on this whole time. Y'all been hearing fan noises this entire time, and I had no clue. Oh well. It's too late. It's too late to change things. So, it's fine. It's whatever. Anyways, this sighting is very... in my opinion, very obviously a hoax. But it was a successful hoax. So, I'm still going to talk about it. And it also kind of highlights about, how many of the alien sightings that are talked about in history are not real and very obviously not real, and formulated, like I said earlier, for money and clout. So, not that they called it clout back then, but same thing. So, this one is about Travis Walton. I'll put on the screen. There he is. There's the guy. So Travis Walton it was an American forestry worker who was abducted on November 5th of 1975 in Apache Sitgraves National Forests in Arizona. So I'm going to throw it back. We're going to dive into his whole background because I want you to see how the pieces fall. So on May 5th of 1971, Travis Walton and a colleague, a acquaintance, Carl Rogers, pleaded guilty to breaking into the offices of the Western Molding Company, stealing company checks, forging, and then cashing them. The pair were placed on probation for 2 years, after which they were allowed to plead not guilty and cleanse their records. So, we have those two. And then we also should note that during this time, there was a high demand for alien, extraterrestrial, visitor, like proof stories, all of that. So the National Enquirer, which was a tabloid, made a advertisement for a $50,000 prize for proof of extraterrestrial visitors in 1972. And then by 1975, which is when Travis was abducted, that prize was raised to $100,000. So moving on to 1975, before the abduction, Walton was a member of a 7-person forestry crew led by Carl, his ex-criminal buddy, Carl's brother, Mike Rogers. So the year prior, Rogers won a bid for a federal contract to thin out small trees in the national forest. And this was a big job. He underbid 2 big companies, which is the only reason he got it. And it was for thinning out 1,277 acres of forestry, which is a lot, and it had to all be done by August of that same year. He requested and was granted an extension for this until November 10th, but by October 16th, when the Forestry Service sent out an inspector to make sure that the site was going to be able to be completed by the deadline, there was obviously no chance that it was going to get completed. They were way too far behind. And the failure to complete the job could lead to a penalty of $2,500, which is quite a bit of money in 1975. And it would also lead to possible disqualification from bidding in any future contracts with them, which would be a huge hit for Rogers' business and for the crew that works for him. So a few days later, Rogers admits, there we go. Jeez Louise, let me take a drink of water before I continue on my stuttering.
Feel that.
Yeah. Okay. So on October 20th, Rogers wrote to the Forest Service contracting officer admitting to the fact that they weren't going to get the job done. He said, "I cannot honestly say whether or not we will finish on time. However, we are working every day with as much manpower as I can hire. I will not stop work until the job is finished or until I am asked to stop. I have had considerable trouble keeping a full crew on the job. The area is very thick and the guys have poor morale because of this. We will keep working and trying hard." So he writes this to the forestry contracting officer, and that same night, him and Travis Walton watch the UFO incident, which is a made-for-TV movie about the alleged alien abduction of Barney and Betty. So the ones we just talked about before Lila talked about the Soviets. So they watched the movie about their abduction, and this was 2 weeks before Walton's own alleged experience with the ETs, and he's also said to have told his mother shortly before he was abducted that she shouldn't worry if he was abducted by aliens because he would return safe and sound. And that was found out by a researcher, Philip J. Klass, who goes into Walton's whole experience and is one of his biggest skeptics, for sure. So this is all before the incident. So after all that happens, 2 weeks later, November 5th, 1975, the crew chief, Michael Rogers, reports Travis Walton missing to the Navajo County Sheriff. 6 members of the crew claim that they were driving down a forest road when they saw a lit object above the ground near the roadway. Walton got out of the truck and walked into the forest towards the object, where he was illuminated by a beam of light. They were very scared, they said, so they fled away in the car, leaving Walton there in the forest, only to return 15 minutes later to find both Walton and the light missing. Now, something curious about this case, when the police officers and sheriff talked to all the family members, the mom, the sister, the brother, and his wife, all of them, actually, I don't think he was married yet. I think it was just his sister, his brother, and his sister-in-law and his mom. They were all very calm. None of them were freaking out about his sudden disappearance. And the sheriff described the mother, brother, and Walton, Travis. I'll call him Travis because I have to talk about his brother too, and they're both Walton. So Dwayne and Travis and the mom were all longtime students of UFOs. So they were big enthusiasts of UFOs. Yeah, Dwayne and Travis. What names? I don't think they named the sister, but I hope she has such a wonderful name as that too.
Oh.
Yeah, so they were longtime enthusiasts. 2 weeks before, Travis had watched the UFO incident with Mike Rogers. And then he suddenly disappeared. The police did organize search parties, but so they searched with the crew until like 1 a.m. and then they called it for the night, and then they got some more people and started searching the next day. But the mom insisted that they call it off, saying like they don't need to worry about it and whatnot, which is, really weird. Very weird. Like if your child goes missing, to say like don't search for them, very weird. So that was a little off.
Not be me.
Yeah, she said, I don't think there's any use of looking any further. He's not around here. I don't think he's on this earth. So that's the mother's perspective. But the brother, Dwayne, and his, employer, Mike Rogers, they both complained about the searches being called off. So there's a bit of discrepancy between the reactions there. And because of their complaints, there were search parties that restarted, along with a helicopter this time. So they were even bigger. But those two eventually got called off by the mother, who said that they were useless. So again, the mother is very suspicious about being calm and collected about this. Yeah. So 3 days after this incident, Rogers and Dwayne gave an interview, and at no point during the interview did they express any fear or concern for Travis. Roger discusses also the forestry contract during this, saying that the contract was seriously behind schedule. In fact, Monday, the time is up. We haven't done any work on it since Wednesday because of this thing, and therefore it won't be done. I hope they take that into account. Because the forestry contracts in Arizona have a act of God clause that excuses contractors who were delinquent due to unforeseeable circumstances, like a disappearance of a crew member or something. So this, again, more suspicion. Like, was he disappeared because of actual aliens, or was it because they didn't want to get fined $2,500?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
weird.
So November 9th, they were still doing the search. That was when Walton's mother, or Travis's mother, requested the search be halted. So 4 days after he went missing, she again said, don't look for him. There's no point. So the next day is when Walton's disappearance finally got really out there, and people started publishing the story throughout the US, throughout the UK, throughout Canada. It was going worldwide. And then the next day, Rogers and the 5 other members of the crew were interrogated by the Arizona Department of Public Safety. So they were asked about the incident, but they were also placed they had to give. I come back to a dude with a sick ass mustache. I know, yeah. He's also the most successful alien hoax maker ever, dude. Like his net worth is like millions. Yeah. So yeah, the crew members get interrogated by the Arizona Department of Public Safety and also have to take a polygraph. And this is very important. This is to determine if they murdered Travis Walton. This has nothing to do with the aliens. They want to determine if any of them had murdered Walton. And all of them passed the polygraph, except for one who got an inconclusive result. So it wasn't bad or good. It was just too wonky to fully tell.
Polygraphs anyway.
Yeah, no. Well, this becomes important later. It's very important to remember this polygraph was for murdering Travis. Nothing to do with the aliens. So after 5 days and 6 hours of Walton missing, he turns up, calls his sister from a phone booth, and basically the family keeps it a secret. The police know. The police know because the collect call has to go through like another human, and she recognized his name and knew that he was missing. So she was able to tell the police, but the family didn't tell the police anything. The police went over to Dwayne's house, and he was like siphoning gas from one of their cars to his car so that because he didn't pick up gas and he had to get somewhere really quickly, and the police didn't say anything to him about Travis, just to see like what he was going to do, and he didn't say anything either. So he just pretended like Travis wasn't even found yet. And instead of seeking medical attention for Travis, Dwayne seeks out a UFO researcher he'd met days prior to get a reference from to a hypnotherapist, Dr. Lester Stored, whatever. So again, hypnosis, big thing in Alien Abductions. But the hypnotherapist who met with Travis and Dwayne said that Travis needed a medical examination with lab tests and was not ready for hypnotic regression. So, yeah, he noted that Travis seemed very confused, and his behavior was very reminiscent of drug addicts he treated. Yeah, so there's that. He also noted that Travis had a small lesion on the inside crease of his right elbow, consistent with intravenous drug use. Again, suspect. A lot of things going wrong for this guy. He's still very successful in the hoax, guys, but reading it back, lots of sus things. So, after meeting with Sword, the Waltons returned to Dwayne's house, where a UFO researcher had arranged a house call by 2 medical doctors who were also UFO investigators. So, kind of like inside men into the whole thing. The doctors noted the apparent puncture mark and estimated it to be 24 to 48 hours old. And they, did their medical exam, but kept it all very hush-hush, even from the police. Eventually, the police did get involved, but at that point, Dwayne and the rest of the family had kept his return a secret. For whatever reason.
Waste of police resources, man.
I know. So, after a local UFO group facilitated the connection, Dwayne and Travis moved into a suite that was paid for by, throwing it back, the National Enquirer, who was going to pay people $50,000 and then $100,000 for extraterrestrial proof. So they were going to cover the cost of his trip, his stay, and everything for exclusive access to Walton and his story. So on November 14th, Travis skipped a polygraph interview with the police, but instead went to the Inquirer reporters, and they had a 2-hour conversation with a hypnotized Travis about the incident. They also, the following day, had him do a polygraph for them with a freelance polygraph examiner arranged by the UFO group. And the interviewer, Jack McCarthy, concluded that Travis was engaged in a gross deception and had even been intentionally holding his breath in an attempt to beat the machine. So the polygraph tester interviewer knew that he was trying to cheat the system. And he said it was a gross, what did he say? Gross deception. There we go. That's what he said. So instead of using that polygraph, they used the polygraph that the police did with the 6 crew members about the murder, and instead framed it as if they were being asked questions about the abduction and that they had passed. So that's what the Inquirer used in their article when talking about Travis Walton's story. Travis also... I know. So bad. Travis also appeared on a television station, KOOL, it's a Phoenix television station, where he was interviewed about the incident. He claimed he lost consciousness when struck by a beam of light, that he woke in a hospital-like room, being observed by 3 short, bald creatures. He says he fought with them until a human wearing a helmet led him to another room where he blacked out as 3 other humans put a clear plastic mask over his face. He said that he remembers nothing else until he found himself walking along a highway 5 days later with the flying saucer departing above him. Well, because of this story, the National Enquirer awarded Walton and his co-workers $5,000, which is kind of everything that they didn't give him the full $100,000. I'm assuming they didn't. Maybe they gave him it and then the $5,000 was for the crew. I'm not really sure how it... Well, I have a picture of the check, actually. Let me see. Is it this one? Is it... Oh, no, I need to pull it up. Okay. Yeah, so here. Let me put this up here. So, yeah. So this is it. Travis Walton, who told of being abducted by UFO, shows off check for $2,500. 6 others who saw incident shared $2,500. So 5 of them shared, 6 shared the other half of the $5,000. So I'm not really sure if Travis got the $100,000. Unsure, but regardless, he did get paid by the Inquirer for his alleged abduction. Alleged. Yeah. So yeah, they said he passed. That the crew passed a polygraph test administered by the Inquirer, even though it was not at all. Like, they fully just lied about the polygraph. And then 3 years later, Walton then wrote a book about his experience called The Walton Experience, detailing all these claims. And then that book in 1993 served as the inspiration for a film in which Walton cameoed called Fire in the Sky. So I'm assuming he had to have gotten some type of royalties for the movie because it was inspired by his book, and he definitely got money for the book. So he's on a roll with this money game right now. And then on the opening day of Fire in the Sky, which was March 12th of 1993, Walton and Mike Rogers appeared on CNN program Larry King Live. Larry King. That's crazy. So yeah, they got success, obviously, for all of this. I am of the belief that it was a complete hoax, if I'm being honest. There's too many coincidences and susness to it. Like, the whole contract, they were gonna be late on it because they just weren't getting the work done fast enough, and, like, that whole thing, and, like, the prize money, and, like, keeping it secret from the police. Like, it was very weird. All of it was very weird. And then, in 2021, because these people are still alive and well, they're in their 70s, 2021, Mike Rogers, who was the crew leader of, what's his name? Travis Walton's crew, and also was one of the biggest witnesses and the biggest supporters of Travis, went on Facebook announcing, I, Michael H. Rogers, being of sound and rational mind, do hereby give notice that I am no longer to be considered a witness to Travis C. Walton's supposed abduction of November 5th, 1975. He later clarified, Travis tried to keep a new remake of the movie a secret from me. He has always had his big secrets that he has kept from me. It angered me. I tried over the last 2 weeks to reason with him, but of no avail. I don't believe Travis is an honest person, and therefore I want nothing to do with him. So he basically denounced everything on Facebook, which is Facebook of all places. And that was 2021. And then I believe the same year, maybe a year after, he called a producer, Ryan Gordon, who was working on the new film, and he recorded the conversation without Roger knowing, which is allowed in Arizona. And 2 months later, he publicly posted the audio from the call. And this is what it says. This is Roger speaking. We were talking in the woods one day. We were talking about creating a UFO hoax, okay? I don't know how the UFO got there, but I remember when I was driving the truck and he jumped out, it was all deliberate. It was all a staged thing, okay? He ran up there and there was something about the UFO not being real, although it looked real. So, again, we have Rogers publicly, unknowingly, at the time publicly, claiming that this was all a big hoax. And then they reconcile, and Rogers issues a statement retracting his confession. So now we're supposed to believe that it was all true, guys. It was all true.
All true.
Yeah, but this one is so obviously a hoax to me. I do think it's interesting that they used inspiration from Barney and Betty, who I honestly think might have experienced something, whether it was real or not. I think they experienced it themselves. But they used that incident and the movie that they watched to come up with this elaborate plan to get past the contract that they were gonna not be able to fulfill. And he succeeded. He made a lot of money doing this. And he has his own, like, UFO organization. And he goes to cons and different, celebrations and ceremonies and whatnot. Do with UFOs and aliens and extraterrestrial life forms and whatnot. So he is still big in the community. I don't know how. It's pretty obviously not real. Maybe people just don't look into it. I don't know. Maybe they just read his book. They don't really look further. But damn. Yeah, E.T. Yeah, this guy right here who has a dope-ass mustache is a big old liar. He does have a good mustache, though, I gotta say. It's pretty good. And that is my Travis Walton story.
Yeah, he does have a nice mustache. Don't believe the guys with the nice mustaches,
No,
people.
don't do
Allegedly.
it.
Damn. I can't believe he... Damn.
Yeah. I also just love that Mike Rogers is just like, I take back it. I take back everything I said, as if he hadn't already, like, put it out there. And also had a phone call that was released that very obviously had him, like, admitting it was all made up. Though I guess some could argue he was doing it because he was angry and that he didn't actually, like, that he was making up that it was fake. Because he was mad that, like, Walton was trying to get behind him and, like, get another movie made without his input, or I'm assuming him being able to get money from it. But I don't know. It seems pretty cut and dry to me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Okay, so to finish us off, I'm gonna briefly talk about what is linked in, or what is pinned, the link that's pinned in our chat. Hold on. So,
is this a picture that I need to put up there?
Yeah, I'm gonna be talking about him. I was like, you know what? Let's give this man his recognition.
Yeah. There we go.
So, a lot of information on, like, the UFOs, the declassified CIA documents and Air Force documents on UFOs would not be possible without people like this man on screen, John Greenwald Jr. So who is John Greenwald Jr.? He was born April 17th, 1981. He's an American researcher, founder of the Black Vault, which is the website that's linked here. What the website that's linked, or the link that's specifically pinned in ours goes straight to the documents that I was, like, kind of reading from earlier. So you get the, like, UFO related declassified documents from the CIA and Air Force on UFOs. If you click on that link, it will take you straight there.
I also linked it in the Discord if anyone is not able to click on it for some reason.
Yes, it's also linked in the Discord. So John Greenwald Jr., he is the founder of the Black Vault, which is an archive of over 2 million pages obtained from the government by the Freedom of Information Act request. He's had to pay for some of these too. What shall I say? In 2015, he published online more than 130,000 pages of declassified United States Air Force documents related to UFOs. Following the release of the Pentagon UFO videos, which I did not watch. Holy shit. Wait a second. Pentagon UFO videos? The Black Vault made a Freedom of Information request of the government for the release of more video footage, filed to the US Navy in April 2020. Some 2 years later, the government confirmed it had more footage, but refused to release it, citing concerns for national security. Throwing that out there, people. Deputy Director of the Department of the Navy's Freedom of Information Act program, Gregory Cosson, stated in response, the release of this information will harm national security as it may provide adversaries valuable information regarding the Department of Defense and Navy operations, vulnerabilities, and or capabilities. They're sitting on those UFO videos, guys. I haven't actually seen any of these videos. Oh, dude. This is like... Oh, shit! Okay, guys, these videos are kind of cool. These videos are from, like, recorded by, like, pilots and crews.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is cool.
Like, fighter pilots and stuff. Holy shit! Ha! The guy in one of them goes, hold on. Yeah, that's a that's a fucking drone, bro. That's what he said. There's a whole fleet of them. Oh my god. Okay, anyway, sorry. So yeah, John, yeah, Greenwald Jr.
Junior.
So he started this in 1996. He was 15 years old when he started this. 15. He's a big advocate for the Freedom of Information Act. And he is, let's see. At the age of 15, he began hammering the US government with the Freedom of Information Act requests to obtain information. And the Black Vault is a result of more than 2 decades of his effort. Every page and photo and video you see below in this Freedom of Information Act document archive was obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. And other means of accessing US government public information. So it's all from the US government, okay? Everything is from the US government. There is no conspiracy here. I mean, if you want to read it as a conspiracy, like I kind of was earlier, you can, but it is all from the government.
Yeah.
Okay, throwing it out there. And he also, like, I was looking at these documents for the UFO stuff today, but he also has, like, things on elections and financial information, controversies, congressional and senatorial correspondence, the CIA, Department of Defense, the FBI, JFK era. Ooh, we should look at that. National Security Agency, so forth. There's Freedom of Information Act tools, spy satellites, military defense, biological and chemical weapons, defense issues, nuclear weapons, terrorism, science, cloning. He has cloning. Environmental issues, disease and human health, space, weather modification, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Cold War, Iraq, Afghanistan. He has a whole bunch of shit on here. He has a podcast. There's a donations link if you're interested in that. He does sell books, it looks like. Inside the Black Vault, yeah. It's an autobiography. Oh, it's actually not that expensive. There's a case file database. Yeah, there's a lot on here. He has a Discord server. So yeah, the Black Vault was a big help with some of this stuff today. Seems like a pretty chill dude too. Like, I was watching one of his podcast episodes. Pretty chill. You can tell he's very passionate about this, you know?
Yeah.
Very passionate of the government being transparent. So, he has said, because, like, he's obviously talked with other media outlets and stuff like that, and he has said that those media outlets, as grateful as he is for the, like, recognition and stuff, they don't always 100% represent the Black Vault 100%. He does go in and talk. Was talking about that during his podcast episode. Okay, so within that, there are misreports made by the media. Some of those misreports they are not called the CIA's Black Vault documents, which for some reason is what some media portrays it as. They are Black Vault documents The Black Vault is just a website. He gets the documents from, like, the CIA, FBI, and the Air Force, and puts them on the Black Vault. There were not millions of pages released, like some report. I already talked about kind of what was earlier. It did not take 10,000 Freedom of Information Act requests to get to this point. This is not related to the UAP/UFO report required within 180 days of Intelligence Authorization Act, which recently passed. It's also not a surprise data dump by the CIA. It's like been a long time coming. Things like that. Let's see. He also said, hold on. Domestic collection. Did you know? Okay, this is a little off topic, off topic. Did you know that the CIA? Because the CIA works like outside of the U.S., right?
Yeah.
So, like, did you know they used to have a domestic division called the DCD, Domestic Collection Division?
I feel like I did know, but
they got rid of it because of the FBI.
Yeah.
But it was, like, going on while the FBI was going on. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Interesting.
So another thing he really hits on with these documents, kind of like what I was talking about earlier, some of them are really hard to read. And he kind of believes, so, like, some of them are obviously super, super old, but he also kind of just himself, not pushing this on other people. I kind of agree with him. Like, I would agree with him with what he suspects of. Some of the documents are purposely hard to read, I mean, I wouldn't put it past the government for that, But yeah, some of them are really old, some of them are really hard to read. Like I said before, it kind of looks like ink is smeared. Like, it's not actually smeared, but if, like, you wrote out in fresh ink and then just took, like, a needle and slid it through a sentence and it kind of, like, disrupts the letters and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of looks like to
Okay.
me, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. Now, also, the whole lost document thing, he says, has come up a lot throughout his years. I know when we were talking about Dr. Leon Davidson, the CIA literally said in the same document that they straight up told him the space message was lost. But then at, like, the end, talked about how, like, yeah, we don't think he's gonna buy it, but, they did it anyway. So, them saying that, like, documentation's lost, like, obviously, like, yeah, some documentation could have been lost, but, like, come on, I feel like that's just an excuse, personally.
Yeah, no. It's giving an excuse.
Yeah. Also, fun fact. So, you can request to view a declassified document again after a 2-year time period. So what I mean by that, that document with the drawing and stuff that I was reading from earlier, there was a little bit of redacted information in that, right? Well, after 2 years of that document being released, you, or anyone, really, can request for a new declassified Freedom of Information Act's, like, document of the same thing, which forces them. It's the MDR, mandatory declassification review, and it makes them review the document again because what was classified 2 years ago might not be classified now. So there's potential for all of these documents to be able to be reviewed again and then put back out with new information being relevant and like viewed by the public.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really cool. I had no idea that was a thing. So the MDR and the FOIA, very important for the public if you want to find out what the fuck's going on. I want the government to be transparent. I don't know myself if he has put forth MDRs for these documents. I'm assuming he has. He's been working on this shit for 2 decades, and it looks like he's still very active. So I'm assuming, there is a contact link. Damn, could have had him on. Fuck. Not like it's the last time we're doing a UFO episode, so. But, yeah, I imagine he probably does. Because it also does take a while. They don't get back to you right away. And obviously, like, there's gonna be certain things that they just will drag their feet on, you know? But, yeah, no, some of this stuff, I was like, fuck, this is actually, like, real documentation. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Let me see. There is one document that I really, really want to be reviewed for more declassification. Because it... God. Okay, so it's document... Oh, the documents... Oh, okay. The PDF on his website is C055-15622. But on the, like, paper of the declassified report, it's C000-15235. Anyway, basically, it's talking about, let's see. There's a lot of redacted, but it says DCD case, redacted, UFO research, redacted. 22nd April, 1976. Okay. Per the request in reference, we attempted to obtain analytical guidance on the UFO redacted subject. We contained the ADSET Dr. Redacted to see if he knew of any official UFO program and also to attempt to answer some of the questions posed by Redacted. Dr. Redacted exhibited interest in Redacted, which was hand-carried to his office. Hand-carried to this office. This mysterious doctor, okay, got some redacted information hand-carried to his office about UFOs. After a short examination of its contents, Dr. Redacted advised us that he would personally look into the matter and get back to us. As we discussed in reference, Dr. Redacted has since contacted us and relayed the following information. It would appear to be best if you advised Redacted that he should... A whole sentence of info redacted. Actually, like a small little paragraph of info redacted. So whatever's redacted... That's a lot.
A lot.
Yeah. It does not appear that the government has any apparent program in progress for the identification solution of the UFO phenomenon. Dr. Redacted feels that the efforts of independent researchers, redacted, are vital for the further progress in this area. At the present time, there are offices and personnel within the agency who are monitoring the UFO phenomenon. But again, this is not currently on an official basis. Dr. Redacted feels that the best approach would be to keep in touch with and in fact developed reporting channels in this area to keep the agency community informed of any new developments. In particular, any information which might indicate a threat potentially would be of potential interest would specific indications of foreign developments or applications of UFO-related research. Dr. Redacted has advised us that he would evaluate any additional information we might receive as well as disseminate significant developments through appropriate channels, should it be warranted. We wish to stress again that there does not now appear to be any specific program on UFOs within the intelligence community, and this should be relayed to Redacted. 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 In view of Dr. Redacted, willingness to review additional information received on the UFO phenomenon, we will subject case open to your office for the present. Please keep us advised of any new developments. I want to know who this Dr. Redacted is and what the fuck he found out. Okay. Like, holy shit. Yeah, 1976 this was. And a bunch of the, like, top info, like the attention, who it's from, the subject. It's, like, all redacted outside of DCD case and UFO research. And then Telecon, April 22nd, 1976. So. Yeah.
Redacted!
Redacted! Basically, there's still a bunch of redacted information that I feel like, one, leads us to just enough, but just a little information to keep us, like, hooked.
Yeah.
We love redacted documents, yeah. Oh, he also, Greenwald Jr. also went over, some documents will have what you could say too much information. So, like, those radio reports I was reading earlier.
Yeah.
There's just a whole bunch of shit I feel like that wasn't even relevant to UFOs on there.
Yeah.
And it was like the last two sentences were about UFOs. And he's kind of like, they kind of do that. He theorizes, I guess, allege it's like as a distraction, you know, give you a bunch of information and it only like gives you actually just a little bit of what you're looking for. So
interesting.
Which doesn't like surprise me at all. The government's the government.
Yeah.
So, but I can't even imagine where'd we be without people like him working so hard to try to get information like this in general. Just not even just UFOs, but in general, like about the government, to basically the people. So, I don't know. I think he's a cool guy. I think it would be fun to like talk to him, you know?
Oh, for sure.
And like
pick his
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, that would be so cool. There's another person we can add to possible future guests.
Yeah. Andrea Perrin and what was his name?
John Greenwald Jr.
John Greenwald Jr.
15 years old. 15. Crazy. But yeah. So that's just kind of what I wanted to talk about. You know, recent developments with the declassification docs and like, yeah, I really do think we need the MDR mandatory declassification review.
Yeah.
That's gotta get on it, man. Gotta get on it. So, yeah.
All right, well, let's do our outro.
And that's going to do it for today's episode. UFOs, CIA files, and a whole lot of unanswered questions.
Seriously. Every time they declassify something, it feels like we're getting just enough info to stay curious, but not enough to sleep at night.
Right? Whether it's lights in the sky or redacted reports that read like sci-fi thrillers, one thing's clear. The story isn't over.
Not even close. We'll definitely be keeping tabs on any new releases, sightings, or alien whistleblowers brave enough to speak up.
Thanks for listening to Series of Geektastic Events. If you enjoyed this episode, hit the follow, like, subscribe, and share it with your fellow truth seekers.
And hey, if you've got your own theories or close encounters, we want to hear about them. Reach out on socials and let us know in our Discord or down below.
Until next time!
Keep your eyes on the skies and your minds open. Okay, guys. We hope you have a great rest of your night. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I got, like, a lot of footage to edit. Bye. We love you.